do this thing. Let me do the thing. Let me do the thing. Always with nothing. Yeah, yeah. So many ay ay ay. Not much water. Not enough water. Enable. Enable. Nice. Very enable. Too many enable. Oh. But I want to listen to this. Maybe different things. More Vulcan rendering stuff. Who would have thunk it? Thunk. A thunk. Things that go thunk in the night. Also, hello there. Welcome. Very, 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 very beginning. They are working. They are working. I hope they would be working. There was one time where they weren't working and I was very concerned. It turns out that I coded them wrong that one time and I was like, oh. Oh, time to fix that. Because I'm like, Discord has pretty good notifications. So I'll use Discord for my Twitch Discord bot thing, and I'll tell that to send notifications. But yeah, today, blue, very blue. I had on one of my streams decided that I would what's it called? Make a Discord bot. So I wrote a Discord bot in Python. And one of the features that I made it do was I wanted it to like detect the status changes to see when I started streams, because I manually flip to streamer mode. So it detects when I go into streamer mode, and then it looks up the stream information, and then it sends a notification message. So like, it's not a totally automatic process, but it's very reliable. It's fairly reliable. And yeah. Previously I had written it in like C#, and I did not like the C# API, so I switched to Python. And that was so much easier to get going. It was like, there's this pretty well built library. The whole thing runs on a Raspberry Pi with a really ancient version of the OS. So, yeah. And then, like, in the past, I think it was in the past week, you retrofitted that project a little bit to make it so that the Python bot could also like host a web interface and then talk to like the Twitch API directly to get like user information. And I'm sort of thinking of like using it as like a token server for some of my overlays at some point. Like maybe if I do an extra stream or something on the weekend. The weekend. It is the weekend. What am I talking about? If I do an extra stream tomorrow, that would probably be like, I'd probably try messing around with like overlay stuff. Like either rewrite some of it or experiment to see what I can do with it. Layout transitions. The Vulkan layout transitions. Yeah, those are kind of a bit obnoxious. And they exist for kind of a weird reason. So the specification is like really kind of vague about what a layout really is, but basically it's like the order of the bytes in memory, like between the individual color channels, and also kind of like how subtiles are laid out. It's a bit complicated to explain in entirety. But sort of like the short of it is that the pixels are not laid out linearly in memory. There's like a section. There's like chunks of pixels, and they're like next to one another. And so a layout transition is like take this one format and this other format, and maybe I could draw a picture of it. I want darkness. Pure darkness. That's the wrong color. I want this one. Yeah. And then we have pixels. And the pixels are like dots. Yep. Nope. I'll line this up with precision here for some reason. So, image formats. So the thing about image formats is that images are typically in the linear format. So what you do is you take your image and you stick it inside of a buffer. And then you call, and then you have like your image. Then you call copy buffer to image. So it will take the data out of the buffer, which is like in the linear format, and then it will put it in the image format. Because most of the time you'll end up getting something from an image library where it's just like linear pixels that like maybe have might have like some lines. You might have like lines, and then you might have like extra space. So you'd have pixel data, and then you'd have on the outside the stride. So the stride is kind of like the entirety of the length. Then the pixel data is like this small subregion. And then when you call copy buffer to image, then it puts it in like the tiled image format. I don't know if that's helpful or not. But somewhere in my code, we have copy buffer to image. So you have to tell it like where to find the start of the image in the buffer, how many bytes to go from one line to the next. And this one is like, what was this one? I think it was like how far to go from one layer to the next. I'm not doing layers. And then we give it like the height and the width. And then we say copy it to an image. So image is a class that I wrote. So if I go to, oh, I can find image. Got an image here. Like this is one of my classes. It has height and width, which I believe are in pixels. And then pitch is like the width of the image in bytes. Go from one line to the other, or next. And I'm pretty sure that like almost any standard image library will give you something like the number of channels, like red, green, blue, alpha, and then like the number of bytes in each channel. Like, is it 1 byte? Is it 2 bytes? Is it a number of bits? Because that's a thing. And then somewhere I have this big table of formats, which I don't exactly use a whole lot, but it's like how many channels are there? How many bits are in each channel? Does it have an alpha channel? What format normalization is performed? Is it linear mapped or is it exponential, like RGB, sRGB? And then it converts that to like a Vulkan format. So I just made a ton of these. And I also put error codes in there. I can sort of use these to map from like the number of bits to like an actual format. Although I think what I end up doing is just normalizing everything to be like 8 bits per pixel. 4 channels. And then I just pick like the 4 channel unsigned normalized format. So although I have that table, I don't know that I've made use of it. If I did, I don't remember what I did with it. I think we called create 2D image image format. I don't remember what the image formats were. I'm pretty sure I standardized all of them. If you're going to be using textures, textures are normally represented in like linear space. So you'd want like unormal. Using an sRGB one means that you have like a non-linear scaling. So if you like try to do lighting calculations on an sRGB texture, you're gonna have like the wrong kind of values coming out of it. Format info. Oh, I guess I do this. I do. Yeah, I find it in that giant list based on the number of channels. I think. Or no, there was definitely a place where I called this. Where was it? There. That's where it was. That's one of them. There's another one. This one? I think it was this one. Yeah, it's just always picking this and then being like, if you don't have 4 channels and your channels aren't a single byte, then no. Yeah, I did just pick a static format and then I'm like, yeah. You pick this format or else. Although realistically, I don't need to. I could pick another format based on the number of channels. Like if it has 2 channels, for example, I could pick something different. If it has like 1 channel, I could pick something different. Hello there. Ray. The Ray Boop. And it hasn't changed since you saw it last. If you saw it yesterday, it's kind of in the same state that it was, because I didn't end up actually working on it too much. It was all about the, it was all about, like, getting model data properly synced up, which is what I wanted to work on today. It's figuring out how to get the textures that are associated with an individual model to render on the model. What I'm thinking is probably I'm probably going to use instances. It's not loading, it's not really mapping. It's like how to set up the draw calls. so that the texture that's like associated with it is loaded like alongside the thing. What's it? Not allocate. Allocate model. Yeah, so this part here, I think. Yeah, this is where it was yesterday. So this is where the Vulkan implementation looks through the like models and meshes and stuff that was loaded in by the engine code. So like this is a model. This model has like the things like the vertex count and the index count and like the data. So like it does mem copies here because I was too lazy to put them into staging buffers. That's another to do. That is another thing to do. And yeah, unless I use like the graphics card to do like vertex assembly or something. Kind of weird. Just load blobs into the graphics card and be like, here, fix this for me. Oh, that would be weird. That would be wild. I don't actually know, because this is like a mixture of songs all in one file, and I don't remember the individual songs. That's another problem that I have with some of the stuff on my playlist. It's like these mix files, because I downloaded them as like a single file. And there's like multiple songs in the file at different timestamps, and I don't have a good way of like reporting which song is playing from which timestamp. So there's a wide variety of music in here. It's a bunch of it's definitely a bunch of synth stuff, though. So on here, you have some of the parameters, which is like which device buffers have a copy of this model, how many vertices and indices are present. Where the data is stored. It needs load. This is set by the engine's loader thread to tell the renderer that the renderer has to like pick up updates and then push the model from like the host memory into like GPU memory. Like this is a new model that I just loaded up. I'll put that in the graphics card for me. And then an attribute set is something that I constructed, which is like, how are the individual components laid out in memory? there was a pretty good example here. This is like an example attribute set. It's like, this is the position data. There's like 3 elements. They're floating point. They're at this offset. These 3 floats are normals. They're at this offset. These 2 floats are texture coordinates. They're at this offset. These 2 floats are also text coordinates. These are at this offset. So yeah, this is what an attribute set is. It's an engine abstraction of like which things are for what. That is important because there is a vertex buffer. And I actually did this the other day, I think. So I go to the vertex buffer, it has the attribute set. And what it does with this is that it like figures out the element types. Which is like this big table of format conversions. So like if we have a bunch of floating point numbers and there's 4 of them, it's this Vulkan format. And then it uses those along with like the offset to tell input assembly how to put the object together so that the shader knows how to interpret all the data coming in. So I'm sort of thinking that I mean, if you've done OpenGL, then it would be like, if you're setting up a vertex array, you have to be like, vertex array attribute, this offset, this stride, this floats, they're normalized, that sort of thing. I have like 2 or 3 layers of abstraction on top of it, but it's basically the same thing. It's taking those and it's figuring out like how to assemble them into like vertex attributes. So like in the Vulkan specification, there's this thing where you want a location, a binding, there's a format, and there's an offset. And then there's like a stride and an input rate. An input rate is like per vertex or per instance. So you need to give all of that to the Vulkan implementation ultimately to tell it how to put the vertices together. And then in the shader, there's binding locations for all of these things. It's like the first attribute gets put at location 0, next one at 1, 2, so on. So then I just have to like line up the semantics that are present with the location numbers in the shader, and the shader will be good. Hopefully. I'm almost thinking about having like multiple, what's it called? Multiple pipelines per pipeline object. Maybe one for each input assembly. That would get kind of weird. That could work, sort of. That would be really weird. But what I'm thinking is I want to figure out what the texture ID is. Like in the fragment shader, we have to like look up what the texture index is. Because there's an array of textures. So in order to get the array index, it has to come from somewhere. Like either a uniform buffer or some sort of vertex offset or some sort of instance offset. And I sort of want to use attributes for it. I don't know if I should use attributes for it or if I should try sticking it in like a uniform buffer like I was. Also, hello there. What are we doing? What are we doing? We're trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out how to pass the texture index to the shader in an efficient manner. So that I can sort of minimize the number of draw calls that I have to do if I have a bunch of different materials on a given model. Tricky. Very tricky. Very tricky to decide. What kind of question is that? If you are concerned about the finer details of my status, there is helpful information in one of my descriptions. I am so incredibly vague, am I not? How long before I make that a rule? It'd be like, no asking the Maisaka's gender. I find it mildly rude. Like, my voice isn't that scratchy, is it? I'm not drinking that little water, am I? like throwing people off. Best video game. What is the best fish in the lands of the fish king? What is your maiden's mother name? What is last four digits of social security number? Who are you? Where do you come from? How do you get here? How many made-up accents do you have? How many fish are in your aquarium? What is your geographic location in precise 7-digit GPS coordinates? Why you not marry me? Why you not pay attention to me? Only 4 fish? But they're big fish. Everybody loves the fish. No marry me. No marry me comments. Don't like that. I am not in the market to try and find relationships because I already have a relationship. I don't usually tell people this, but it's true. I told someone this once and then they were like, unfollow, never coming here again. I'm like, fine, I don't care. Which a dating platform? No, it's not. I mean, technically, anything could be considered a dating platform, but not really. You don't just visit a random channel and be like, "Hi there. What is your name? How are you? Are you girl? Yes, marry me." No, that's not how you do it. No, not at all. That's a surefire way to get rejected. I don't recommend that. I'm not exactly about to give good dating advice because I haven't had very many relationships. But like, that ain't it, fam. That just ain't it. I need more water. I shall return shortly. Where is it at? This one and this one. No, this one. Yeah, because I am so thirsty apparently today. delicious water. Fantastic, delicious water. Ugh, gotta sit. It's cold in my room today, apparently. Who knew? Who would have guessed? I wouldn't have. I would not have guessed. Android app shader editor. Create fragment shaders and use them as live wallpapers. I've never heard of that. Not at all. I think if I wanted to, like, mess around with fragment shaders, without, like, a whole lot of, like, setup and context, I would probably use the online tool called Shader Toy. That lets you just write arbitrary fragment shaders. It gives you a few texture channels, like a couple of things. Also, hello there. I am... I would not say I'm doing all that great today. I just woke up in, like, the most awful mood ever. Is Rust? Is it Rust? No, it's not Rust. There's file extensions. Take a wild guess. Ow, 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 ow. But yeah. Wait, what was I talking about? My terrible day? Maybe? Yeah, I woke up in, like, a terrible mood. I mean, I certainly don't act like I'm in a terrible mood, because, like, I like streaming. It's sort of a way to, like, relieve stress. Do something sort of fun. CPP. Sounds like crap. Program. The get engine. The engine get. The get engine. The engine get engine. The engine get engine. You know, there's a list of commands. Where's get engine? Get has an engine. Get vroom vroom engine. Drive all the car. Okay, now I'm just making memes. I'm making all the memes. Water. Get for 3D engine. You know, get for 3D engine. 3D engine is not get. Because I decree that 3D engine is terrible. And you do not want. I'm like, no, it's not really open source because there's, like, not a license on it. Unless I put a license on it, I can't make it open source. And I don't know what license I would put on it. I've never decided that. Because the thing about open source is that you have to have a license. And if you don't have a license, then it's like technically not available. There's like some weird legal things if you have no license on your repositories. Also, hello there. So, unless I properly pick a license. License is like a little tiny document that hardly anyone ever reads, but it's like what legal parameters are allowed when it comes to accessing the code. They come in lots of different flavors. There's like free licenses, there's like unlicenses, there's like open source licenses, there's like source available, but you technically can't use it for all the things licenses. There's pay us money licenses or else licenses. I'm not a huge fan of licenses, but they are sort of like a necessary evil in the world. This project never had one. The soul licenses. Licensee agrees to sell their soul by signing the soul lease agreement. By entering your soul and clicking accept, you agree to be bound by the terms and conditions and you may or may not be sent to hell for any violations of the license agreement. I mean, technically, there is an entire story behind it, which is like I only put some of my projects open source when I feel like it's viable to do so. Why am I streaming my code? Because I'm allowed to do that. It's my code. Like, yeah, you can sort of see like a window. Can I give you the code? I don't know. Why do you want the code? Like, sure, I'm streaming a window with code. But, like, it's a window. It's not very editable text unless you, like, screenshot this window and typed it in all exactly, which is not recommended because this is not enough of a file of information. 3D engine. There's a ton of 3D engines. Most of them are way better than mine. I don't really have a link to all of them offhand. I know where to maybe look to find some of them. But like this is not a very good engine. You can reverse engineer all of this, make it a viable open source project. I mean, the long and short of it is that the project will eventually be open sourced. So, have patience, I guess, is what I want to say. Like, yeah, it's not available right now. But that's not because I don't want it to be, like, hidden or proprietary or something. It's because, like, I'm really lazy. And the engine is not feature complete enough. Bot translator? No, I don't translate. And my Cyrillic is really bad. Even if I could read all the Cyrillic, I don't remember how to translate all the words. Привет? No, not привет. Нет, no привет. No, no, суки, бля. No, суки, бля. I'm saying mean things in Russian again. You can't fall into the Russian stereotype of saying mean things. You have to be honest, but not terribly honest. You know? You know? I don't know. Oh my god. Can't even. No GUI? What if you want a GUI? Not enough GUI? I mean, I don't really have a GUI. Most GUI you get from me is probably the GUI GUI that will actually run like the end user GUI. The GUI GUI. The chewy GUI GUI. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, the textures. I was gonna put all of the textures that particular model wants into some sort of reference so that the textures get loaded. So I want to have some sort of load reference thing. What if I did the textures first? Like, we run this block of code, which loads all the textures. Which should hopefully load the textures from above here. And then if I remember right, this takes the image. Wait, what am I? Am I overwriting? Why am I shadowing the image? Pointer image. Create array texture. The image. Yeah, I don't know if I should run the array texture first or the other texture first, because I want all of the textures in the model to be kind of, I guess you say, next to one another in memory. It's easy to render all of them. Unless they're different sizes, which would be kind of a headache. I don't know if there's like some sort of reverse mapping. Render data. Does this get used? Create image texture or texture image. This one. Create texture image. Okay, what about the array? I don't think there's an array. Alright, so make image reference. Render data equals the image reference. Very This is an image reference. I guess. I feel like I designed this the wrong way. You ever just come to the realization that you probably designed everything entirely wrong? Yeah, that's not a good feeling. Like, it's close, but it just feels wrong. Like, it's not going to provide me with the information. Mysterious Maisaka's mystical magic shrouded shadow of darkness, dream island, in the shadow of the colossus of the hidden forbidden holy ground of the Blue Mist Valley Temple of forbidden hidden lost shrouded dreams. It's a meme. Yeah. It's a thing that I've had on my channel for pretty much the beginning. Since the beginning. There's an entire story behind it, but it's basically something that existed ethereally for a short period of time. Quite specifically, there is a voice application called Mumble. Because I used to use Mumble. And I made a channel with that title. Why that title? Because in the Mumble application, when users change channels, their text-to-speech will trigger, saying, user moved to channel name. So what if I made the channel name really, really long to mess with other people? So I did exactly that. I made up a really, really long channel name. Something to that effect. And then I would create like a temporary channel. And then the text-to-speech would go like, Misaka moved to Mysterious Misaka's mystical magic shrouded shadow of the dream island darkness, dream island shadow something. Yuki, 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 Yuki. You do not want to hear how Yuki, 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 Yuki sounds. That is not... You don't want that. No, you don't want to know where that one came from. That one's actually something entirely different. You really, really want to hear the Yuki. The Yuki. Fine. Fine. Which one is it? HD, normal quality. 10 hours? I think it was this one. I think it was this one. Yeah. Wait, I gotta turn the sound on. Because you want the awfulness, right? Right? Yeah. I mean, you asked for it, so like, I must oblige, of course. Make sure that it's not terribly loud. Are we done yet? I don't think so. Well, let me tell you, it doesn't change. It keeps going for 10 hours. The full 10 hours? If you want me to do this for the full 10 hours, then I'd have to put it on, like, the other soundtrack. Because I don't want that to, like... I don't want that to, like, screw with the VOD too much. But I would do it. Maybe. If you really, really kind of wanted me to. But yeah, once I put that on at in the background when I was like working on something. I think I was like doing like a CTF hacking challenge thing. And I had that in the background and I was like, I need a buffer overflow. The buffer overflow has to be exactly 256 bytes. You know what 256 bytes is? It's a multiple of 4. So if I just type Yuki, that's 4 bytes. If we type Yuki Yuki, that's 8 bytes. If we type Yuki 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 Yuki, that's 16 bytes. That's, if we do this, now it's 32 bytes. If we do this, now it's 64 bytes. If we do this, now it's 128. And then if we do 4 of them, it should be exactly 256. Set. Set wrap. So exactly 256 bytes. Stupid squiggly underline. Fine, we'll put it over here. I could make it a comment. Wrong comment. Oh, you know what else? This has to go on line 1337. If it's not on one line 337, then I'm doing it wrong. Wasn't ready. Why wasn't you ready? And then at the very, very end of it, I would put like the shell code. Buffer overflows for the win. So, yeah, there's a lot of, I guess you could say, lore behind things. Like, I put a bunch of, like, widgets and stuff on my channel over the years. Like, I used to have a... what was it? I used to have, like, a donation goal ticker thing. I think that didn't go anywhere. I was like, nobody donates very often. Remote control blinky lights. If you are on Discord, then you can flip them on and off by clicking the emote reactions. There's 2 of these things. There's one on my right screen and my left screen. If you've never seen my screens before, it's a whole thing. Let me see if I can find a scene. Test scene here. I guess it's story time. Or maybe we're going on an adventure. I don't know. Was it this one? No, it wasn't that one. Was it this one? No, it wasn't that one either. I guess I don't have it. Was it this one? Was it? I could use this one, I guess. The lights on and off. There isn't really anything special about turning them on and off. Except the ones on the right here, if you turn them on and off, it changes their timing relative to one another. So you can either sync them up, potentially. I haven't really tested that feature, so I don't know how well it works. Or you can have them, like, flash out a sequence. Don't know. If you want another one of the sort of, I guess you could say, sneaky things that's probably not terribly visible. We could go to this scene here. So there's a background, right? Yeah. And if you look in the background, and I can't believe I'm going to give this away. Up in the top of the background, there's these lines under the text. Yeah, lines, clearly. Very, very, very nice lines. You notice something odd about the one line below Meisaka? Oh, it's not solid like the other line? Maybe? I couldn't have maybe hidden something there, could I? We're leaking the super secret stuff. Clearly. Clearly, we're going all the way. We're going deep. We're going very, 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 very deep. Ice squidding. It's when your eyes turns into squid. Precise 7-digit latitude, longitude coordinates. I'm not gonna give away what it is. It's not that interesting though, but it's definitely there, and it's definitely a secret. And I don't think that anyone would have ever found or noticed that in the slightest, unless you have a very, very, very keen eye for puzzles. On one of my, I think it was one of my game scenes. Oh, where was it? There was... other image. Not enough pixels to see anything. Probably not. It's kind of hidden in the noise, and I don't know if it comes across on the streams. I'm pretty sure I used the same image for my offline page, though. I don't know if that would pick it up, though. That might not have enough pixels, but it might have better quality. Don't remember. It might also be on my YouTube page, but I really don't remember that. View channel. Oh, that one is the old one. E. Oh well. The thing is, it's not text. Like it's encoded. Because I knew that text wouldn't show up. So it's not text. But there's something there if you are able to get enough quality and able to read it. I don't know how plausible that is, because I've never actually tried, to be honest. That might be something I experiment with at some point, which is like, can we get the data from the pixels? Can we recreate it? Is it possible? New array. Text is so gonna move. Enhance. Zoom in. Enhance. Scroll right. Zoom in again. Enhance. You know that's from Blade Runner, right? It predates a lot of things. It might be. You think it was? Almost everybody kind of memed on it afterwards, though. It's definitely a meme to like zoom in, enhance, freeze frame. What are we doing here? Creating. Upload. Not upload. Never enough upload. Close the to-do list. Layout transfer. Layout transfer. No, I don't want layout transfer. What do I want? What do I want? Maybe that's... I said I sort of had to plan this out, so maybe I like plan this out. So we have a model. Model contains vertex data, index data, and then it contains like an image array. So I want to take the image array and we want to load that into some kind of subslice of a 2D array texture. Which should give me layer indices. Yeah, okay. Let's see, this is going to create a V model object, and that's going to create an array of device model objects. Which are not going to have the image array on them necessarily. So I want to make sure that all the images end up inside of, if possible, a single array texture. And then I want the texture ID and the layer indices. Yeah, I'm thinking so hard today. Those to end up on, I guess, the V model somehow. And then I want those to go to the VDEV model. And then I want to drink the water. I would say I'm kind of doing, I guess, okay today. Maybe a little bit depressed. Kind of annoyed at life. Lots of lots of issues recently this month. Ow. I think I'm okay. But ow. Very Life be very annoying. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. I think I may have lost my insurance again. So, yeah, the image array. I want texture IDs. This goes back to programming. It's fine. It's fine. It's health insurance, because of course it's health insurance. live in the US, where the health insurance is terrible and the government requires way too much paperwork for everything. The elections are undemocratic, despite giving the illusion of democracy, and they're not. They're all rigged. And like, all of the candidates are terrible. There's no winning choice. You don't have a choice. You just have to pick the least horrible option. And they're all bad. No one fixes the policies on anything. Everything is tied to like a bunch of ridiculous preconditions that you have to satisfy. All the conditions that things are attached to are full of like complications and little gotchas and all these requirements that I don't even know why there's so many of. And God forbid you say anything about any of this, otherwise like everyone's like, you can't do that. You can't say that. You can't do this, that, or the other thing. You're not allowed to do that. Get off our lawn, or we'll shoot you, because we have legal right to. Complete and total nonsense. All of it. Can I just live in a different country? One that's not terrible? Is that allowed? Is that a thing that I can do? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I think for worse or worse, I'm kind of stuck here. Find a country without terrible policies. Difficulty level. Difficulty level. Impossible. There is no escape. No help. None. Really, really. Oh, yeah, why I oughta. Why yada. Yada. I feel like this problem that I've created for myself is completely non-viable. Like how do I get all the textures and the places that they go to do the things? Very Too much Too much Why too much Very don't know what to do about this. Unless I created like an image array object. Or what if I instantiated a bunch of images inside of a model thing? A model thing, image thing. We create array textures based on images, but I don't really create array textures based on arrays of images. So maybe I could give the texture array function the model. Be like, draw all these things for me. Mm. 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 I think this calls for the scene. Yeah. We're gonna, I think, set up some sort of scene. Scene metadata. And I'm probably gonna key it off of models. So So, uh, me, oh, brain not worky today. Brain not worky today at all. I think I want the device. We have the device, right? Right? Yeah. Okay. Do I want to put it on the device? I sort of want to put it on the device, but I might want to put it on individual frames. I don't really know. I don't know what I don't know, and I certainly don't know. I guess we will put it above a frame. The off chance that we need stuff. I might also want to put pipeline above the frames. Yeah. so I think I'm going to forward declare all of this stuff. Another day, another refactor all the things kind of stream. Because of course it is. Wait, we should mark this one. Right? Yeah. So we'll go back up here. And then we'll go back down here. We have create. Wrong button. Wrong button entirely. Oops. Okay, I think that's all of them. Oof. Very oof. Gotta find all of the things. I think those will work fine. I think that will work fine. Okay, maybe. This is on the wrong line now. I don't think it will ever be on the correct line. Can you imagine just having to, like, take some code and put it on the appropriate line somewhere? Like, this has to go on line 1337. And then all the other code has to, like, move around it. It must. Be like, why is that there? Reasons. Just reasons. Don't worry, it exists to confuse the enemy. Does the shader need reference to the device? Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Some of these functions do, some of them don't. Destroy module. Create module. I think we're gonna put these out here as well. That way I don't have to forward declare shader. Why does it keep jumping to another file? I did not ask it to jump to another file. I could potentially put some of these in a header or something. Yeah, that could be a thing. Could actually have multiple files. That'd be a trip. Oops. Buffer. Delicious buffer. AR, VR. I don't know what to think about it. I used to have VR. Thought VR was kind of fun to play around with. I don't anymore. I don't have VR anymore because the technology kind of left me in the dirt. Somewhat figuratively. But if I had like the option, I'd probably I'd probably do VR again. Like play VR games, maybe try making VR games. But yeah, that's the thing. That's the other thing about it. VR and AR, they're experiences. You have to design specifically for that kind of environment. Like, you can't just port desktop applications and expect them to be a good experience, because they won't be. They'll be... It will feel like a desktop application ported to VR. Kind of like how mobile applications feel like mobile applications, even if you play them on like desktop or something like that. Like, you have to have your game or your application catered to the environment in which it's running. You can't have one thing for everything. One size does not fit all. If you want to support desktop, support desktop. Want to support mobile, but don't try to make the mobile thing go on desktop. And don't try to make the desktop thing go on mobile. And don't try to make the mobile thing go on VR, because it really won't work that well. The Miicoverse. I don't know. I mean, it looked pretty compelling to me. But it looked, I think I heard Miko herself say that it would be, sort of like a desktop first experience with VR support. So, like, I kind of hope that it leans into those two paradigms, like, properly. Because it might make for a good desktop experience, but if you want VR, it also has to be sort of a good VR experience, and that's a challenge that requires like special design considerations. How can we create our own assembly language? Easily. Easily. I have actually done this before. I want to say easily, however, if you create your own assembly language, there's a very specific thing you have to realize, is that an assembly language is tied to an architecture, like a physical chip. And the assembly language is sort of like the description of how to get instructions into the chip. Like which instruction to perform and what the parameters are. So if you want to design an assembly language, you have to come up with sort of like which order the parameters go in, which is pretty easy. And then you have to mainly come up with your own architecture for the assembly language. Like, don't try to design the language first, necessarily. I mean, you can. You could try making an assembly language first, but you have to realize that an assembly language is inherently tied to hardware, so you want to design your hardware to support the language features. Or you want to design your language to support the hardware features. And those two things are kind of at odds with each other. Also, hello there. I would love to say that I'm having a good day, but I don't know. This has not been the best day. Like, chat has been keeping my mind off of it, but like, if I was not streaming, it would be a bad day. Is it preferable to know other assembly languages? I mean, it's not really necessary. Like, it really isn't. A marriage request from chat? No, thanks. If I were a bit more unforgiving, I would probably like time people out for that. But I'm a bit too tolerant sometimes. Like, you can make your own assembly language without prior knowledge of assembly languages. But the thing is, you kind of have to realize assembly language exists for a reason. The reason is to control hardware. Simulated, or it could be real hardware. Or it could be an assembly language for some kind of abstract virtual machine. But like, if you know what assembly language is, you kind of already know everything you need to know. Although, it might benefit you to know what kind of language features are available. Because at a minimum, assembly interpreters, like assemblers, they usually have some sort of macro language, or at least at the bare minimum, some way of like doing static arithmetic at compile time. The virtual machine, yeah, if you're gonna make an assembly language, make a virtual machine. Do them both at the same time. Like, make an emulator that will run instructions. And then as you design each instruction, like, implement the instruction in the emulator. That's one way of doing it. Or write out on, just like on paper, how to do it. I actually have something for that. So, GitHub has this thing called Jest. I don't know if I can find it. And on here, I had like, no, it was on, I think it was on my main repository. On my main page. It was Mirayase. And I made up a virtual machine. It's like a CPU. I even did like ASCII art for it. It's got like a bunch of registers. It has like the encodings of the registers. What all the status bits do. All of the instructions and how to implement them in like a C-like language. And you could use this to basically create an assembly language for this processor. And there's some things about how to use it. I don't know if I ever made a VM for this one, but I made a specification for it, and that's really all you need. Good quality specification. If you want to make an actual processor with what, so the ISA thing that I had up here, this one. Yeah, that one, probably that one. I'm not the first person to do it, and like, I think I made up like another processor as well at some point, but I don't know if I like pushed that or not, or if it ended up in some other place. It's not a comprehensive specification, but it's pretty thorough. I made it up kind of like on the assumption that if it were going to be real hardware, it would sort of behave like real hardware. Because I worked a bit with hardware design. So I kind of know what goes into making hardware. And I kind of know what you can get away with and what you can't. Hardware is a trip. An entertaining trip. If I could do more hardware design, I would, because it's very entertaining to me. If I could get a job doing hardware design, I think that's what I'd want to do. But you know what? I'm not gonna get a job doing hardware design. I just don't see that happening ever. My throat's getting all raspy again. Time for water. Any more of those? No. No more of those. Differentiable renderers. Can't really say that I have. Although I know that differentiation is required for perspective correction in um, like 3D graphics pipelines with perspective. So if it's that, if you're referring to something like that, I could be like, yeah, maybe, but not like the underlying code behind them. Gradient descent. Well, yeah, that's also a thing. Mind the gaps. Don't get stuck in a little gap. A work and no work. That did not work. This comes up a lot, though. Occluded to not occluded discontinuity. Well, all you really need to do is figure out where it would be if there wasn't an occlusion. As sort of like a lead-in, I guess. Which I'm pretty sure that's what actual graphics cards do. If you render a scene, if you know how to render a scene, and you have the context of the output, you can use a renderer to get the original rendering parameters. Complex caustics output. Yeah, I never tried rendering caustics, but oof. Reconstruct the object that created the caustics. Hmm. That sounds kind of interesting. Not caustic, caustics. You know those little ripple effects on water? If you ripple the water, how the water under the ground underneath the water is like light and dark. That's a pretty good example of caustics. Or if you have a glass sitting on a table and the light shines through it, the light projecting on the table will be lighter in some areas and darker in other areas, and maybe even color fringed. Those are caustics. And it's really hard to do those in like traditional pipelines. Well, maybe not really hard, but like it takes some effort to make that look proper. Differential renderers for reconstructing 3D geometry from 2D images in ML. I mean, that sounds like an application, but I don't know that you'd be able to get all the parameters very easily. Sphere of fancy material. Find the correct rendering parameters to reconstruct the material shader. The material shader. Interesting. Interesting. Sounds kind of almost like some sort of reverse engineering kind of thing. But what exactly is parameters? Is it like Transforms is like texture coordinates? Is it like vertex coordinates? What parameters is it actually extracting? Is it like the parametric inputs to like the material BRDF shaders? Is it something like that? I feel like I'm getting nowhere. Nowhere at all. Where is the device? Frame, pipeline, shader. Yeah, I wanted to move all these things, because right here I wanted to make a structure for, I guess, scene element. Let's say. The optimal parameters? The optimal parameters. As opposed to the suboptimal parameters. See, does the model reference the buffer? I don't know if it does. I don't think it does. It does not. Does not back reference. Does not back reference the vertex parameter. Buffer overflow. Beware the buffer overflows. So we got the scene element, and this needs a bunch of references to things. So I'm thinking we take, let's see here. Vertex buffer pointer. Yeah. And then I want maybe a pipeline. Maybe an array of pipelines, I don't know. Texture array. Maybe a texture array. So I'm going to increase the number of layers on all of these so I don't have a ton of them. I mean, technically layers should probably be computed dynamically. Is it texture array? Texture array. Do I use Windows to develop it? Is the engine designed exclusively for Vulkan? For this specific game? I think I would probably say to a lot of those, the engine was mixed renderers, like OpenGL and Vulkan. I have not been properly maintaining OpenGL, so it kind of broke at some point. So now neither of the renderers do exactly what I want them to do. I'll probably keep both of them around though. And I have a specific idea for a game in mind, however the engine is built kind of just for the point of building an engine. So like, yeah, I just want to make an engine. However, I want it to support a subset of features that I will need for a specific game type in the event that I ever maybe get around to that. And right now, I develop it. I've been developing it on Windows, but I've been sort of in the background working on porting it so that I can develop it on both Windows and Linux. Make it somewhat cross-platform. I think it will stay being like a desktop engine though. I don't know that I want to try wandering into the mobile area. That one, I don't think that would go well. Although if I ever get the opportunity, I would probably try maybe adding VR support. I don't know. I don't know. Because I don't really know if it would fit VR. Texture. Texture. Very texture. Too much texture. I mean, these are unique. Why are they unique? I don't know. They just are. It makes managing them easier. Sort of. But I mean, if I'm gonna start sticking them in scene elements, then maybe they should be... Maybe they should be shared. Oh, there it is. Make shared. Do I love or hate web dev? Web dev is kind of okay. I made a few things, but they're like simple. Like I'll write my own like JavaScript or HTML or something like that. But the thing is that a lot of modern web development doesn't really, I don't know, it doesn't fit into that paradigm properly. And because of that, like I just don't know how to approach that. Like I'm absolutely not going to like try and work with a bunch of like whatever modern framework everyone is using. Because there's too many, and I just don't understand all of it. It's just too much for me. Wait, where do we set this? Here. Ow, 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 ow. Why do I brush at my hair? It always gets, like, caught. Alright, so now I could do like, shared pointers for all of these. Maybe feel less terrible. And then I also want... is it image? No, it would be the model. Yeah, okay. Docker. Docker is kind of useful for what it is. It has so many applications. Like I've seen Docker used for like all sorts of weird applications. It seems a bit kind of overdone to me, but it's maybe just me looking at things from the outside the wrong way. Like, there's things that I feel like they shouldn't be... They shouldn't be using that paradigm, but they are anyway. As for UML, might be useful, might not, kind of depends. Could be useful as a documentation tool, and if you use it in that capacity, then sure, fine. If you're gonna use UML to like develop something, nah, maybe less fine. I don't think that would scale. Communicate stuff to other people. It's basically what documentation is. I mean, you're allowed to put like graphs and visuals in your documentation. Planning. I mean, you can write your documentation before you write the thing that's being documented, and then it's basically a specification. Or you could go the other way around. Like, which one do you want to keep ahead? Do you want the specification to be ahead, or do you want the documentation to be ahead? Do you want it to be documentation, or do you want it to be a specification? Or do you want it to be both? And I feel like maybe it should be both. Maybe that's a weird way of going about it, but I think there's value to be had there. Let's see, do I want this on, I guess, device? Yeah, we'll put this on device, like standard vector of maybe unique pointer of scene element. That should be good, right? Right. Maybe. They don't want to stick it in the middle of the textures, so we're going to stick it under, or maybe above frames. Descriptor layout 0, descriptor layout 1, descriptor layout 2. So much stuff to do still. Top tier naming convention. Yep, with for loop IJK. You know, IJ and K are also like the three-dimensional imaginary products. coefficients. Used in math an awful lot for iterators. Coincidentally, they found their way into programming because programming is directly connected to math. Right, where was I again? Models. I don't think this would come from models. But it can, I guess. Maybe. Fortran. Oh, we use math notations. You know, I think those probably predate Fortran. Yeah. Well, there's some ancient programming languages out there. And Fortran was not the first. It certainly doesn't help, though. It carried the tradition forward like many others. Or maybe it's just the people along the way that carry the traditions. Across generations, time and tide will bring forth 4i equals 0 to some maximum number, which is one more than the number of elements you actually want to iterate over. Because it's a count, and it stops at the count when it reaches the equal without executing the equal, except if you're one of those languages where it's an inclusive range, and then you're all doomed. Doomed, I tell you. I'm all doom and gloom, aren't I? You know, maybe I don't want buffers to upload into memory until something is required. So maybe I just use this for staging. That means I'm gonna have to rewrite textures again, aren't I? And before the music comes back to me. Right. So I want these to go in. I don't think BrainFuck uses any variables at all. clearly the future of programming. Clearly. Clearly. Wait, that's not clear at all. This is something to do with the scene. So I think I want to put all of this stuff into one of the scene element objects. And then it shall be used to render all of the things. All of them. Every single one. Oh, so tired. Why am I so tired all the time? Not like I go to sleep really late at night or anything like that. So. So. Much so. What if I load model 2? Yeah. Well, yeah, what if? It's still build. Can I break it? Hopefully you still work. Does appear to still work. In the distance. Far, far away. Something lurks. Yeah. Hydrate. I could use some hydrate right about now. Uh-huh. I've been like all raspy all day today. I don't know why. But I have. What's the worst? It's the worst, I tell you. Yeah. I think that's some. I'll take another sip. Mm. Yeah, it's not because I talk a lot every day or something like that. Nope, couldn't be that. Or the allergies that I have. Nope, couldn't be that either. Surely not. Not with the window open and fans blowing in my face with dust everywhere. Nope. It's the birds. The birds. Yeah, the birds. The birds are responsible. The birds are just government drones. Government drones? Are you a government drone? Are you a bird? They're watching me. They're watching me. I don't think that's how drones work. We're allowed to have birds. Just beware the weird bird with the antennae sticking out of its head and the rather large battery pack. Pay no attention to that bird. That one doesn't count. Sure, it might look like a hawk. A poorly put together hawk. But I can assure you, it's just a regular bird. And it's actually a sparrow. And I had nothing to do with it. It's not my fault. Batteries are heavy, okay? I don't remember what I was doing here, but I have not made, like, any progress at all. I think I need to find that thing with the number of models. Yeah, this thing. Yeah, we'll take this code. Get the models. Now I'm being told I have to stretch. And now I kind of lost my place. Oh, what was it? I should have marked it, shouldn't I? Did I? Nope. Nope. Nope, didn't do that. That's not the one. Was in allocate model. Something there. So I want all of this code. Some closing tags on this. Put this in scene graph generation. I will after the stretch. And yeah. So we're gonna put this here, and then I'm gonna turn this one off because tracking doesn't work if I get out of my chair. I mean, it does, but it also kind of doesn't. Tracking looks ridiculous when I get out of the chair. Ridiculous, because I have no arms. Clearly. Ow. Ugh. Yep, ridiculous. Nonsense, I tell you. No arm coding confirmed. I mean, I guess I have arms, but they don't exist in sort of the fake reality of the stream. They exist in that other reality that I sometimes reference. The IRL. The code name IRL. Yeah, if I get to like, I don't know, 1,000 subs, then maybe I'll show you my arms, and only my arms. No arm. Maybe x86. Risky V. Next, I suppose you're going to tell me to look up, like, the lag processor. So you can implement an arm and a lag. Oh. Now, all this talk about processors, I'm going to be strongly tempted to, like, go back to emulation land. Do emulation. What if I did the emulation for my game engine? Oh my god. Reality explosion. We just put an emulator in the game engine, yeah. And then suddenly things might be interesting. I don't want to implement LLVM. I want to implement my own VM. Ow. You know, one of these days I'm probably gonna hurt myself on one of these. I don't know if I'm stretching properly or not. It really feels stretching enough. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, that's a weird stretch. Too many stretch. That's enough stretching, I think. For now. I think that will do. So, this little piece of code says that it wants to be part of the scene graph. I think it's time. I think. I shall let it be so. This is like, get comfortable in my chair again. E. Like, really, as soon as I implement proper scene graphs, then I can load the engine scene graph directly into, like, the renderer scene graph. And then suddenly I will have something tremendously useful. If it doesn't fall apart on its own first. If I don't break it completely. That sort of thing. So this would be if... I guess I want if device scene element size is less than 0. We'll try to build a test scene. So we're gonna grab the model, and then we want to take the I don't know what it was. Was it pointers? They were pointers, right? Unique pointers. Why the camera is far away from the figure in the test scene? Because the parameters are sourced from the old test scene, which has like some very large environment in it. So the camera was positioned so that you could see the environment clearly. That meant zooming it really far away. Don't know why I did that. Have not changed it. Probably is a parameter that's fairly easy to manage though. Somewhere. Somewhere, kind of, sort of, maybe, hopefully. I'm not really sure what CBA means in this context. Let's see, scene element. Alright, so this gets the pointer itself, not this weird, abstract, sort of, maybe, kind of pointer. Yeah. Sounds about right. Sounds like something I would do. No viable overload. Wait, that's not the right one. I want... what is it? Vertex model? Node? Vertex buffer. Maybe this will be a reference to the pointer itself. That way we can just do pointer, pointer, cross-reference it with another pointer. Can't believe it's ASCII. Let's see, model, dev model. Index device recent. We don't want the index dev device recent. We just want this one. Now we have the model. The model unique pointer, so you get that. Okay. What else did I need? I guess I needed the model itself. Which I don't think was associated with other thing. This, that, and the other thing. Yeah. Yeah, but no, but yeah, but no, but no, but yeah, but no. I don't think there's any cross-reference, and if there is, I never set it. There's this V-array control. I could maybe use that. Maybe. Possibly. If the array control. Yep, never said it. So we want the model of the array control variable to equal the allocated model. The V model. Models vertex array index. Index? There's an index on here? So I could, in theory, like hang on to that. A quick reference. And then use like the vertex array as like a buffer of some flavor. Because the world just isn't the same without flavor. Or I could just use the pointer and be like, here you go. Here it is. Have fun with that. So, if the back one is... Oh, take care. Visit again sometime, maybe. If the last inserted one is what we got back, we can set the index. The size -1, which is the back element. Which is very important. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if this should be the model itself or if it should be like the vertex, upper level vertex buffer. Maybe we'll get that. Put that in there. That will be my marker. The all-important marker. That will help me to find exactly the right thing in the sea of tranquility. It's such an opaque data type, except it's not. Yeah. So I want to find the scene vertex model buffer thing. Yeah, model buffer thing. I'm so great with words, aren't I? Yeah, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I can't talk right, I can't think straight. I kind of have some idea of what I'm doing, but I also kind of don't. I'm trying to design it like 2 different ways at the same time. And the music is kind of loud again. Not that I don't mind it. It's just I can't talk over it. That just doesn't work. It just doesn't fly. I don't fly. I have no wings. Alright, so I got this model, supposedly, and the model is supposed to have like textures. And the textures are supposed to be connected to the model in some way, but they're not because I didn't do it, and I don't know where to do it because they have to go in this thing, and I didn't figure that thing out because I didn't do the thing to figure out the thing that I need to do the thing, the other thing. Nah. Just nah. This would be like a great place to try and create an allocator. A very special purpose allocator. One that is capable of allocating regions that are like near one another. Sort of like a transacted allocator. Not to be confused with a transacted alligator, which is very much something different. Yeah. Yeah, thoughts are starting to coalesce. I think this is sort of kind of almost making sense to me soon. Hello there. 'Cause I don't think I want to find scene elements going this way around. Instead, I want to go the other way around. I want to look through the models and try to find one of those. Wait, what is this? Factor of shared pointer. So I want the size to be, I don't know, greater than the test model. 3. 3 is a good number. And that equals something is not null, because apparently I support null things for some silly reason. How are you working on? How are you working on? Eternal English Fox. Very good quality English here. It's like 2 questions all at once, all at the same time. I recognize this English anywhere. It's Fox English. But yeah, I am working on the model. It happens to me all the time, so there's that. Working on getting models into some sort of rudimentary scene graph so that the renderer can figure out the most optimal-ish configuration to draw certain things. Or perhaps, at the very least, a configuration to begin with to draw things. Any configuration will do. But in order to do it, I want to do scene graph management. And it's been a bit slow, but I think I sort of have a plan. Getting closer. And as for me, myself, I don't know. Not great. If I wasn't streaming, I would probably be kind of a bit lost. Possibly depressed. Excessively. Yeah, I want to check if the array control and model the array index is less than what was it? The buffer for vertex buffer pointer from the model the array control. Models. Size. I know that's probably not the best idea though. The vertex arrays have indices. I'm tempted to use indices instead of, like, pointer. I don't know that I want to use this pointer. That sounds hazardous. Just a little bit hazardous. Why can I not jump to this? Like, what does this break for all the time? Yeah, V-array control is a void pointer. So I can stick whatever I need in it. And it has to be a void pointer because it's rendering system agnostic, sort of. Recursion-based Lexer parser using loops and lookup table. There's lots of different ways to do lookup tables. However, it's normally the way I did a Lexer, which was table-based, was to have a characters table for each parsing mode or lexing mode. Yeah, you have a character table for each lexing mode. And then the entries are like an index into an action table. And the action table says what to do. Either emit a token or to switch modes, or to switch modes and emit a token, or to switch parsing tables. And that actually kind of worked well for me in a previous project. Continue to the next character. Oh, I mean, that's sort of like the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's another action that you can have. Or you could say end the current, or like restart the token but not emit anything, which would what you'll probably want for white space. Very ad break. Very delicious ad break. Probably want to get myself some water and some snacks. It's gonna be the short break time. I can take breaks too. That's a good marker. Help. Yeah. Are they gone yet? I've returned with snacks. Oh, they're gone yet. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Like, if it's ad break time, then I would be like, oh, I guess it's time to get up. Grab tasty snack. Maybe. So what was I talking about? Tables? Yes, parsing, lexing tables. So yeah, if you have a table with like commands, then you want one for like skipping characters, starting tokens, discarding tokens, changing the current token type without emitting a token, maybe emitting a token of a specific type. These are something different, actually. I have to open them. They're probably crinkly. Uh, some sort of like twisty pretzel stick snack. Honey wheat flavor, supposedly with real honey. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Hopefully they are tasty. I saw them and I was like, those look good. We shall see. Mm-hmm. Tasty. Plus, they're very crunchy. Mm-hmm. They are mighty tasty, though. Definitely. Mm-hmm. Yep. So, I was thinking about either putting the vertex buffer reference as like maybe like an index, or maybe an index and a pointer. And then it's like if the index and the pointer that we find at that index don't line up, then we could go searching for the pointer or the new index. We could go searching for the new index. Like that could be a thing. Crunchy. I kind of want to program and snack, but the ideal place for snacks would be in front of me. Like, we just set that right there. Slightly in the view of the LED thing. Maybe. They are. They're Snyder's brand, and they're delicious. And, yeah. I'm pleased. Mm-hmm. And stuck them in like a clear, they're plastic bags, so you can sort of see them. Also kind of not, because that's like a tiny little view. So maybe I turn it off and then like munch on these occasionally. Maybe. I sort of want to turn this action, this thing where we search a vertex, search a, what's it called? I don't know. I want to search for an index inside of a structure. like a vector. And if it's not the same in both places, then I want it to like maybe look for the pointer again. Maybe that could go on my to-do list. I don't know how critical that is. It's so crunchy. So, I think this should work for now. Validate the pointer. Did not move, which it shouldn't. Or no, the index. Validate the index. It did not change. For a given pointer. Which it shouldn't, but I don't know. I'm inclined to think that it might do exactly that. I suppose if I wanted to, I could have like all the pointers have like some sort of, I don't know, object identifier type thing on the front end of them. Like that could be a thing. So then I don't need to like reference into the model's offset. I think I might have to like typecast this though. Yeah, just have all the things. Yeah, that's a lot of things. So the vertex buffer, that is going to be model v-array control. I guess we could just steal this cast here. Or I could just validate pointer like that. That could work. Then I don't have to have it on the end here. Awkwardly long. Awkward, too long. Too long for me. Wait, we have the vertex buffer, but we don't have the pointer. Drat. Rats. Foiled again. Tin foiled again. I guess it's gonna be a pointer. Sure. Of course, I wouldn't have this problem if it were just like some sort of inline reference type, but I didn't make one of those. Crunchy. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. Sure, let's just go with that. So I want the index of the model behind this madness. Let's see, what else do I need? Pipeline and textures. Texture array? This is bad apple. But it's being sung by an Utao. Which, if you know what Utao is, then you know. And if you don't know, well, maybe you find out. It's an entire rabbit hole unto its own. We got the model, we have the buffer. What more could I ask? Like the actual model itself. No viable overload. No viable overload yet. There. Plenty of overload. And I just need to find the textures. And I should be good, right? Yeah. Yeah. So this should hopefully set. Well, I don't know if it does set. There's supposed to be something in here that sets the pointer. This part of my playlist is like almost every version of Bad Apple I have on my hard drive. Getting close to the end, though. Yeah, I don't think there's any more after this one. Explains why the band Apple started invading your dreams, not your hopes and your dreams. Almost like I've been playing it for the past does math time. Mm-hmm. Frankie snack time. Crunch. Too much crunch. What is it? Texture, array, element? Yeah, one of these references. And we do image. Let's see, render data. Image ref is a pointer. I make sure all of these are 0. Kind of important. A map. Well, parsers are complicated. I still haven't quite figured out how I want to do my parser, because I want to redo my parser as like a data-driven thing instead of being like a wall of if statements. So I need to figure something out with that. Well, I think I made my Lexer sort of in a weird way, where it kind of does one lookup, but actually ends up like doing it's like a list of, it's like an array of Lexing rules. Most recent one. So like, if the rules are like range based, and I thought about putting them into like per character tables, but I could put them in like maybe like a sparse table. Like a range-based map kind of thing, but I don't know if that exists without me making one. Crunch. a UTF-8 range. And the gotcha with UTF-8 is that it's encoded. So you'd probably want to decode UTF-8 into like individual Unicode code points. And then use the code points in some sort of sparse range-based map. And that can handle a lot of options. You'd probably need a lot of entries, but not as many as like a table of all of Unicode, which is definitely not happening. I might want to do that. That sounds like something I would do. Make a table of all of Unicode, realize that it's a terrible idea, and then make a range-based map. Which is something that I almost had partially working in, like, my operating system. I didn't get it right, though. I kind of need one. I kind of want one for this render thing. Hydrate. Hydrate. Crunchy snack says hydrate. Crunchy snack, then hydrate. Where's the wire? Yep, welcome to the Meisaka stream. We have crunchy snack sounds, water sounds, no arms. I think I did that once. Works okay for like small ranges. So like if you're just doing ASCII, works fine. I suppose you could treat other characters as like opaque. Like you could just be like, oh, there's UTF-8? We'll just ignore all the other characters and say that they are identifiable. Except they really aren't, because there's some really weird ones. You need it. It is essential. You gotta get that sweet, sweet Unicode punctuation. The range from 0 to F. That's the basic multilingual plane. Mind the gap. There's some gaps. Yeah. There's a gap for the surrogate ranges, so you don't have to encode those. And then I think there was like another gap for something, but I don't really remember what it was. No. Nope, not. It escapes me. So let's see. Do I want. Does this assign textures to layers? I don't think it does. Maybe it happens at the very end, like here. Yeah, it could be like, here's some things. Here's some things we can do. Well, you know, I could probably update the descriptor sets after I send off the submit operation. Or maybe I can't. I don't know. It's probably better if I don't. Hmm. Proper texture binding. It's not gonna happen, is it? It never happens. I mean, requested is kind of a hack. Remove use of per frame descriptor sets. I feel like as soon as I start pulling on this, it's all going to unravel. Like a giant can of weeds. So where do you keep your weeds? If you don't keep your weeds in a can, then are you really canning your weeds properly? I think not. Hmm. So maybe I set a descriptor set. Put that in the scene note. I almost need like a descriptor set description or something. Like, what does this descriptor set have bound to it? Is it everything that I really need and more? Or is it incredibly deficient? I'm not entirely sure. But I think it should be part of the scene. That's up here. Organize command pools. Yeah, I basically have a command pool for each queue. And then I just allocate command buffers from it as I need them right now. So like each dispatched frame will have a command buffer allocated from like the graphics queue. And they pretty much get put together and then just submitted as soon as they need to be used. And I think once I start doing more scene graph stuff, I might start caching some of the command buffers. Like if I start allocating command buffers to draw things and then to copy things. I would probably sort of like save some of that stuff so that the like if there's any one-time operations for a scene, that would be, I think I'd put that in like a secondary buffer. Or maybe I put the drawing stuff in a secondary buffer. I don't know. But yeah, as far as pools goes, there's one for texture submission. There's one for drawing commands. There's a pool for uh, all the compute and ray tracing stuff. Or I guess it's just like ray tracing stuff, but I could put compute stuff in it as well, I guess. I think that's all of them so far. However, don't take this too far because like this is an incomplete renderer and there's still a lot to do, and I probably will restructure a lot of this stuff by the time I'm done. So I don't know. Right now, it is what it is. Right. Crunch. Also, I've been rebuilding the command buffers like every frame. I don't think I reset the pool between frames. I don't remember what I did there. Let's find it. A command pool. Yeah, part of a frame. So I probably do reset it between... Yeah, it's not per queue necessarily, it's per frame. So that way I can just reset all the command buffers associated with a frame ahead of time. This is kind of neat. This kind of reduce the number of interoperability between frames, but I don't really need that. Oh, we have a descriptor set here. This one will be for... I don't know, whatever this thing does. Probably something like whichever textures I need here. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe, possibly. And then I wouldn't need a bajillion of these. You know, I almost want to make like... What would you say? A big giant block of memory. A big long block of memory, and then we could just push structures directly into it. And then once the structures are pushed into the memory, they won't move until the thing that consumes them. Like this update descriptor sets command. So it would be kind of like an arena. I think arena is what you're thinking of. But yeah, just a little block of memory. We can just add stuff to. I mean, I don't think that upload is going to worry too much about it. It's worth considering in the future, though. Because I did that for some of the objects. Like, throughout the engine. And that sort of kind of worked, but it also kind of didn't. Because like many things in the engine, a rewrite is probably required. Very, very raspy today. So much. If not requested. Okay, what if it is requested? What if I want to do all of the scene stuff at the very, 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 very end? What if I don't want to wait for the fences before triggering all of this? Indecisions. It's all so very... I don't even know. It's just such a mess. Now my brain hurts trying to reconcile how I think it should work with how it does. I think scene management should probably end up probably towards the very end. Okay, how do we end up down here? If run. What about if not run? The less indentation, the better. For frame, fragment uniforms equals all these things. Too many things. Too many things. I think we're gonna get rid of... I think we're gonna get rid of requested. Figure out how to put that in there. Race start. If not requested, continue. What about no requested? None of that. Goodbye. Just no requests. Request has been denied. Image info. The image info. So I think it's like everything in here. We just want to take all that. Probably put it in scene management somehow. Oh, it's such a mess though. Because I have to figure out how to get from the model the draw info. We should have like an array of entries. Wait, where was that? So now that gives me a texture. And then from the texture, we can access the render data, which is a pointer to a potential reference type. Let's see, v texture array element. V texture array element pointer. Then the reference should have a type. I guess that's what determines what type it is, so that should be... let's see, if not reference or reference type not equal to 1, continue. The reference should have a layer, the reference image. It's a host offset. This is a pointer, but like I don't know what format it would take. Because I didn't really give myself the appropriate level of reference information here. Give the host offset for the textures. You know, that's another thing. I sort of want to get that whole like staging buffer thing working. Like, I feel that would be useful. That would probably be very, very, very useful if I did it. How to do it, how to do it, how to do it. I don't know. I think this calls for more crunchy snack. Mm-hmm. Crunch. Wait, reference texture? Are you telling me that I did this before and then just straight up changed my mind? Nope, that's not it. That's part of the reference. So that's a reference to the image. And then we have the reference type. Which should probably be an enum, but I will change that. Because why not? Yeah. But then, like, it needs... I don't know if it needs, but maybe it should have A reference to the texture that it was part of? Probably. Mm-hmm. Sure, let's try that. Except I wouldn't know what type it is. We wouldn't know. Void pointer. Yes. I have become evil. So you just can't get away with stuff like this in like Rust. You can't just be like, Void pointer, I am become evil. Well, I mean, I guess you could. If you did unsafe. But in C++, everything is unsafe. Help yourself to some memory. Remember to share. Remember to share your pointers. Don't share them too much, though. Or else somebody might get greedy. I don't want people getting greedy with pointers. Absolutely not. A cat? Where? Oh, there it is. High quality cat. They rotate so well. So well that I forget I forget the cat's there sometimes. When are you subscribed? Probably ended up as the recipient of one of the gifted subs that sometimes lands here. Congratulations. Is about to run out. No big deal, I guess. Unless you want to sub yourself, which I don't know. I don't know. Don't feel compelled. It does help me out, but like... I would not require it of anyone. guess you get temporary access to things like the sway emote or the envimmed emote or the other one that I don't remember. Enjoy. Until it expires, I guess. I have been followed. Surprise, surprise. Wait, what was I doing? Create image. Image reference data. Image ref. Take our image ref, and then we take our parent texture, which is the image array. Is it not? Image pointer get. Image array. Yes, that's the one. Operator precedence. Oh yeah, that's a whole thing. I had to make this big giant specific special table for operator precedence. And then some very convoluted rules to make sure that it sorted them correctly. And did combining the right way around. It's probably not the way to do it. But it worked. So much trouble with that table, though. Too much. Mm-hmm. Crunchy snack. Okay, so now that the reference supposedly has a back reference to the texture in question, it should be able to go all the way down to the bottom. Maybe change this to V image ref type because I changed that. Make sure it's the correct thing. Why you indent me like this? The nerves. Maybe it's this dangling reference sitting afterwards here. That couldn't have anything to do with it. Nope, absolutely not. So what's it? V texture array pointer. And then we're gonna cast that from the reference parent type structure. That should work fine. And then what do I need to do? Do I actually even need this? Cue thunder. Let's see, in order to make this work, we need the array index. The texture array needs to be bound. The texture image needs the view. We need the view, and we need the sampler. The view and the sampler. So we have like the right disk image index. I write desk image good index. So this should be the texture array, I guess? Yes, that's the one. I feel like I should just make this into a... maybe like a vector. No, problematic. It's so problematic, though. I just want to be lazy. I just want to be lazy, though. I mean, it's more typing, but I don't have to manage it. Yeah, it's memory. I did the memory good. Yes, uh-huh. You're forgetting it's not down there, it's up here. So I could just take this. Like all of it. And be like, yeah, have some descriptors. Descriptor, right descriptor image. Right count. Descriptor set 0 to frame descriptor set 2. Shouldn't it be like the node descriptor set 2? Shouldn't I probably hydrate? Yes. All the crunchy snacks means hydration time. And I guess it would be if we didn't if we didn't use this one before. Like, I sort of want to find all of the indices and then we push them. Yeah. I guess that's be how it works. Unless there's another way of like storing a bunch of these in here. And to be like, which references do we have? Do we want to put that in the descriptor info? Seal up my snacks, make sure that they stay crunchy, but not too crunchy. I mean, I could start this at 0. Be like, yeah. Yeah. Oh, this has to be an array, though. That's annoying. But if we're only doing it out here at the very end, they don't have to be pointers. Yeah, no, they don't have to be pointers. We can just get all of the data. We can say right description image count size. We'll just hardcast that into a uint32 type. I promise it will be fine. It will be absolutely fine. Get rid of a layer there. Sort of want this. Is it offset? I don't know if it's offset. Descriptor array. Don't want that. I don't know. Oh yeah, I'm so unsure. I'm just so ridiculously unsure. So delete that. No more temps. Right? No. Right? Right? No? No. I don't want that anymore. I don't know if I want the bound command anymore or not. So maybe we do. Well, that didn't work. It didn't work. I want to put this here. Yeah, we'll put that one there. Let's see. The last thing we need is to do the uniform configuration. How and where do I put this? Array start times 4. Let's just make like an array of integers. Uint 32. Maybe like 4 integers, maybe, possibly. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I just want to like make this thing stop complaining about this for 1 second so I can figure out where to put these. Just like one second, please. Alright, so I'm going to need the array. The in scope. So we have to put this up here, it looks like. A descriptor array. Nope, I need to change. I need to change all of that. Very, very, I think I want... I don't even know what I want anymore. Brain has become mush. Figure out where to put multiple model uniforms within a single buffer. Instead of putting them all over the place. And then we have the ray texture, which is like where in the list of textures or no, this is this shader texture array index. just be like sampler 2D texture, and there's like a number. Oh, it's really pouring rain now. Loads of fun. So this is the array texture index. Then we have the layer. Still using per frame descriptor sets for the time being because I really don't feel like trying to fill in a bunch of them. Gosh darn it. Oh yeah, yeah. Might be time for another crunchy snack. Very crunch. And you don't have to listen to every crunch, that's for sure. Mm-hmm. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Right then. Mm-hmm. Let's see now. Where was I? What was I doing? Come on, snacks. Give me power, think. I think I was checking if the array texture, if the texture array, yeah, if the texture array is bound, or maybe if it's not. Yeah, if it's not, And I don't know where to put it. Okay, I don't know where to put it. Let's probably increment this though. We'll make this one -1. Mm-hmm. Sure. So if we end up with more than one array texture. Unless it's already bound. Oh my god, what happens then? Then we're all doomed. Doomed, I tell you. Doomed. Doomed, 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 doomed. So we can't track this. That would prevent the same array from being used on multiple meshes. It should probably be like an array of textures or something. Possibly in the descriptor itself, or the descriptor wrapper object. Yeah, maybe. Maybe we do that. Maybe we don't. I shall find out. All in due time. How terrible of a mistake this might have been. Where do we get this from? The host buffer? So it's just on the host? That's not freaky in any way. Nope. Absolutely not. Maybe there's caching associated with it. Maybe there isn't. I don't know. I suppose if it becomes a performance problem, I could just, like, throw a copy command at the beginning and be like, here, just squirrel these into fast memory or something. Because eventually, I'm sure it's going to be a thing. Today is not that day. So, with all of that, I guess we set up the descriptor set, set up the uniform buffers, maybe set up the array. It hopefully sets up multiple instances? Wait a second. Yeah, these would be multiple instances. Instances. So this would be model, uniform, index, and then we'll just increment that. Mm-hmm. This one can always just have offset 0 for now. Yeah, imagine making a scene that actually makes sense. Imagine making a scene of myself. Ow, 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 ow. I probably have to yeet some of the old code for this thing. The vertex models. Yeah, change this to like scene elements. Yeah, we want the model. Like the node. Should have a V model, I guess. Wrong thing. Opt model. Model's device. Next device recent. Should be node. Vertex buffer. This will be node. Vertex buffer. Maybe star. Yeah, because that had better exist. And more draw commands. And then we draw the model here in this configuration of locations. Draw index. Where did draw index refer? Command draw indexed. First index instance count. First instance. To do? As everyone wants to do. If I'm not gonna to do, I'm probably gonna forget. That'll be to never. Which is not exactly what you want. Not in the slightest. Nope, not at all. Vertex model size. So wait, this should be scene nodes or something. And then we want device scene elements 0. And then we want the node model. That needs to be a thing. Node, a vertex buffer, models. There. Vertex device recent. Node. Vertex buffer. Models dev. Recent. Node vertex buffer. And then all that should work, hopefully. Or it might not. I made a lot of changes here to how all of this works, so... Or how it all is supposed to work. I'm at least a little bit skeptical. Then I got it all right. Because I don't think I did. Reference type V. Image ref type array. Not very many, not very many errors, but that's probably good. Yeah, 3D game engine. Written almost entirely from scratch. In C++ over the course of all the years. And it still doesn't work right. And this renderer rewrite that I've been doing, it's been all kinds of oof. It hopes to render the scene. Whatever this scene may be. Scenery, characters, surfaces. I don't know what. All the things. I want to be able to render all the things. Yeah. I don't know how else to put it then. It's a 3D engine. Let's see, where's this draw command? 3628. 3628. That there. C# for shader code. I'm at least mildly confused by this, but also kind of not surprised. Compiler for their own language. I did that once. Recently. As well as, maybe at least one or two other people here. Lots of good stuff. So I want, I think, 3... About 386. 3486. That should catch the... I think all the stages, hopefully. I made some assumptions, which is never a good sign. So I'm willing to guess that it might crash. It should hopefully hit all of the breakpoints to let me see what could potentially go wrong. Load. Well, it didn't load. It didn't load. Probably got like all the textures before it did the models. Mmm. 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 Yeah, it's got like a full scene thing. Let's see, it's not even on the rendering half. It never got there. We didn't even call the thing, which means it didn't load properly. Wait, size is not less than 0. Better scene rebuild detection. Size is never going to be less than 0. It could be less than 1, but it could be greater than 0. You know? Just a few logical fallacies to keep me on my toes. Couple of years. I don't know, at least 14. Maybe 15. Time gets kind of hazy after that point. Oh look, we hit a break point. I guess that means we loaded something this time. Something that actually exists. We have a vertex array. We have a model in here. Public build, not really. It doesn't do anything. Like, it's surprisingly incomplete. So it would be like, I don't know, kind of pointless. It's like you can run it, and then you have to have these very specific objects in the scene, and yeah, that was a different time when I just like hard coded all the things. And then to go from hard coded stuff to wait, is the node? Oh, wait, we're making a new node. Okay. Fill in the node. Draw info. Size of 1. I guess that's promising. We got the cat JPEG, which I don't think will render, because we never loaded texture for that. That's like 0. Shouldn't I like skip this? There's no updates. I should probably just skip it. Otherwise, there's like nothing to do. Nothing to update. Like the scene elements is empty. I didn't save my scene node. You know, the more obvious things. Yeah, that kind of stuff. So like if right description image is empty, except we don't want it to be empty, then we'll do this for loop here. And then at the very end, we can do devise scene elements. And we will push back the... what's it called? The node. I shelved this project so many times. Like, I say, like 14 or 15 years, but that's how long it's been since I created the project. Not necessarily how much time I've dumped into it. Which is probably significantly less. So now we have a scene node. Ray tracing is not loaded. The model exists. So we'll build ray tracing structure. Hopefully this doesn't crash. It's fine to me. Draw all the things. Buffer, okay. Don't need to do that more than once. It's just one. Let's see, this is draw commands. Resume. Do we have anything from... Well, there is something. It looks vaguely cat loaf shaped. It's very small. It's so small that my zoom doesn't go in that far. Hmm. Array for non-standard sizes. So as far as features go, there's mostly just very various data loaders. I can load a couple of different image formats. I can load a couple of different like 3D formats. There's some like configuration parsers. There's the backend for a UI that I never finished. There's like an entire input system, so like it recognizes keyboard, mouse, joysticks, maybe game pads. I don't know if that worked properly. FBX with TGA textures? No. I went with I have 3 formats. I have a custom format, which is probably broken by now. I have Wavefront, which is like .obj, which is like text files. And now I have what's it called? GLTF as my latest format. And I support bitmap or PNG files. That's all you get. Because back, eventually, I was like, I only want very specific formats. And I think one of the formats they want is going to be, it's like PNG for almost everything. Because it's compressed, it's lossless. I want like all my textures to be lossless. Yeah, the bitmaps, those were like the first implementation of a file format I did, and I was like, these take up so much memory. Like, there is literally no reason why I should support this. But now that I implemented it, it's so ridiculously simple that there's like no point to me taking it out. So it's just gonna stay in there. PNG is like where most of the action is. It's what most of the assets are loaded through now. It's like, I may as well make everything PNG. Viva la compression. Don't like the alpha. But it's like a free data channel. You can like load your textures with alpha. Why wouldn't you want an alpha channel? And you can make things like transparent. Compression. I don't quite understand, but like, there's a lot of ways of exporting a PNG, and most of them are perfectly fine. So I almost say, like, if you have problems with alpha, you're probably exporting the PNGs wrong. Because any decent pipeline should have a channel option, which is like preserve color values in alpha. Or transparent pixels, or whatever it's called. It's an important option. Or you could make like a... I don't know. I'm not going to try and convince people to use PNG, but it's what I use. And it works absolutely fine. So I figure that any incompatibilities with multiple channels is like on the exporting software and of none of my concern. When I think about formats, it's hard to find specifications for all of them. And I prefer to use like binary formats as opposed to like text-based ones. Because having implemented text-based formats versus binary data formats. Binary formats are so much easier to parse. They get parsed quickly, easily, efficiently, no loss of data. There's no weird floating point text conversion issues. Does it though? Does it though? It gave me a cat loaf. A very tiny cat loaf. Let's see if I can fix the zoom. Like where was that? Was this value? Wait, this is a scalar. There's a scalar on this. Is it 0.1? Initial attributes. Minus 20. Minus 20 what? And then it's like squared? Make it smaller. Loading resources? No, we're working on like Vulkan. Trying to make sure the assets bind to like the rendering pipelines the appropriate way. See if I can't fix the default zoom. Nope, it's still really, really far away. It's still really tiny. Why is this 20? Source. 20 minus view. Square. Why is it squared? I don't even know what the distance is supposed to be if it's just squared. That doesn't make any sense. Like, I know that I was messing with something, but I don't remember what it was. Oh, zooming in takes forever. Actually, I don't think I can zoom in. Can it? No? Maybe not? It does kind of take forever. What on earth did I make the zoom level? Yeah, it takes forever. Doesn't even get me in all the way. I didn't save the other file, did I? Also, it's minus. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Uncompressed. I mean, almost anything uncompressed will be faster at runtime, except in one very specific circumstance. If you have compressed data, you could potentially run into an issue where your compressed data actually takes longer to load. Or the uncompressed data actually takes longer to load from the disk due to bandwidth considerations versus like loading compressed data and then decompressing it. I don't really know where that trade-off is, but it might exist at some very unusual point. I don't know. How do I just make this really, 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 really zoomed? Zoom, zoom. I can just not get this to go the right way. FBX 1 megabyte. 1 megabyte. It's so close. I don't think there's any zoom in and enhance here. What if we put both of these values in there instead of changing whatever this scalar is? we just scale it down after the fact. If I could type correctly. You know, I don't really know what goes into an FBX file. Like if it's binary, or if it's like, or what. Now I don't see anything. Oh, there's the cat. Can only zoom out though, that's not right. That's not right. Why does it feel like nothing I do makes any difference? I'm so confused. Vertex data. 18-bit. 18-bit. I don't know what would use 18 bits. It'd have to be like one of those weird intermediate formats. Don't know. Also, why would you even have vertex colors? Like, what do you need vertex coloring for? Can you not just stick that on, like, a texture? Or use, like... I don't know, some other kind of attribute? Because, like, if you have vertices don't necessarily need color data. So I am confused. I mean, they kind of are a bit of a relic. You could use them with untextured, like, vertex models. If you're gonna store custom attributes, there should be a thing for custom attributes. I guess you could kind of abuse vertex colors as custom attributes, but I really wouldn't recommend that. I recommend just avoiding the use of vertex colors. Use just textures. Texture coordinates everywhere. And that's another thing. It's possible to compress texture coordinates. Like, you can convert texture coordinates from, like, floating point numbers to, like, normalized integers. And that will, like, cut them down, like, halfway. It's also possible to convert the um, the normals a similar way. Could make those into like signed things. You could convert the if you were really wanting to squish data, you could compress the positions. You could quantize them and store them in like some sort of weird quantized format. And then I will never figure out how to do any of this. None of it. Not at all. I feel like this value should also, like, maybe never go negative. That'd probably not be a good thing. What if I delete the -1? The 1 is probably throwing everything off. There are so many format enums. There's just so many. I feel like I got the scale wrong. I probably have math. Well, that would be a good function. How about the... Oh, what would it be? Not the logarithm. No, maybe that will go the wrong way. Well, I don't know unless I try it. That is very touchy. And there's still like an overshoot. I don't know what to do about that. I could make the model bigger, I guess. If you fetch RGB8 unorm texture vector 4 unum norm 8. That's not what unorm means. Normalize means to convert it to a floating point vector. Like, if you want to convert a vector like that, you could make it like a single element uint and use one of the unpack functions. Because somewhere in here, it was over here. There's a function. And it's called unpack unormal 4x8. Converts 32-bit P into 4 like 8-bit uints. And then converts them to normalized floats. You'd have like a uint as your value, like as a single channel. Then you can do it in your shader. I think it's really only supported if you set up the format the right way, though. Like, I know you can do it with texels. I don't know if the vertex formats will always let you do that or not. But yeah, it would have to be like an R32, and then you would... That should exist. You might have to double check like the formats allowed, but that I feel like that should exist. Device properties. Format properties. We want R32 uint. Buffer features. Yeah, you can use it for uniform texels, storage texels, vertex buffers, storage read-write, sampled images, blitz sources, all the things. You can use it as vertex buffers, and you can use it as texels. And apparently sampled images as well. So if you want, at least on some hardware, you could pass U32 texel data or vertex data and then like unpack it in the shader. Although don't expect that to come without a cost. MIPS data. I don't know what the MIPS data is. I feel like I've just kind of made this source offset thing like worse than it already was. It wasn't working. I'll just have to make the cat bigger, I guess. Which is fine. We can make the cat bigger. Right? Right. Right, that still works. I kind of have to pee, so I'm gonna be back in a minute. If I could find the button. This button. Grab Crunchy Snack. Uh-huh. I returned. Finally. Hasn't been that long. Hopefully it hasn't been that long. UNormal. UNormal. The thing about UNormal, as opposed to other suffixes, is whether or not normalization is performed on the components. However, the format specifiers are not related in any way to how samplers or interpolation works. They are entirely specific for reading the individual elements out of the buffer. So like if you have something like an unsigned int, it will give you integers, like unsigned integers in your vector. If you have signed int, it will give you a vector of signed integers. If you have unsigned normal, it will do the conversion. It will give you an array of, or a vector. It will give you a vector of floats between 0 and 1. If you do signed normalize, it will give you a vector of floats between -1 and 1. If you do use scaled, it will give you a vector of floats. But it will be like if the components were converted from integers into floats. So like if you have 255 inside of like a byte, this will return a floating point value, which is like 255. And this is part of the data description because the fixed function hardware, yeah, something like that. And there's actually like a special conversion layer where the shader doesn't actually know what it's accessing other than like a vector of floats or a vector of uint. It like tells the fetch hardware to fetch the data from memory. And the fetch hardware in the GPU will actually perform these conversions without the intervention of the shader. And I think it also applies to probably also Texel access. Like the fetch hardware is set up before the shader runs using like all these format specifiers. So like if you configure your texture formats or your input assembly formats, those get passed to like the fetch hardware. Thunder. And then all of that can like be pre-cached or something before the shader actually runs. So these things basically just tell it what conversions need to take place. A header? No, it would be stored in like a hardware register. There's like a shader dispatch unit or something like that. It's time for more paint. So there's like a block of GPU memory. And then there's like an input assembly unit. And then on the other end of that, there is the shader, which has like a little cache. And then there's also, let's see what it would be, texture, texel fetch or something. So somewhere in here there's like a texel or texture management thing. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. And then, like, the data goes between these. But, like, the format conversion happens at the stage here. Yeah, this is where format conversion happens. Via, what's it called? unorm. Stuff like this. So, yeah. And then the texel prefetch, I think that also goes into the cache. And then the shader processes all of it and spits out texels that go into the what's it called? Frame buffer. So, if you have in the shader unit like a programmatic texel fetch, then the shader unit can't use the prefetch in the cache, and it has to like go the long way around. It has to go all the way out here, all the way over to memory, ask for a value, and then the value comes back, and then it has to do like late format conversion. Yeah, that's like dynamic texel fetch. Very sloppy text drawing. I don't know how much of this architecture stuck around, but like, there's definitely a performance gain if you can like get your texels being prefetched. Like, as far as I know, the texel prefetch actually happens between the vertex shader and the fragment shaders. So like if you specify a format and then it hits like the vertex shader, the thunder goes off, the bits will fall. If you like pre-interpolate your values, if the fragment shader sees that your values are directly from like an interpolated attribute that the vertex shader gave it, it will actually use the texel prefetch, and it will pull the values out of the cache. If you start to like perform a bunch of calculations on your values before you pass them to the texture function to pull a value, then it might have to like do a dynamic fetch which will slow it down a little bit. But depending on like the depending on how good the pipeline compiler is, you might not even notice that. It might like pre-calculate all that stuff for you. Like the drivers are kind of crazy what they optimize. So some of this can be optimized, some of it can't. If you're really performance minded, then you'll pick the appropriate format ahead of time. There's a lot of late legacy stuff that goes into it. I don't know how much of it's still applicable. But yeah. It's basically just, do you want floating point vectors or do you want integer vectors? It's basically what it boils down to. And if you only have one component, then it's a vector of one component. Which is just like the component. It's like a uint32 is just a vector with one component in shader speak, basically. They're treated basically the same. It's like, do you want a vector 4 or do you want a u vector 4? That's what these are for. How many bits do you want from each component? Do you really want to try and unpack a B10G11R11U float by yourself? I don't think so. I don't think so. Do you want to try and unpack an A2RGB with like 10 bits to RG and B? Have them scaled? I don't think so. You want to put that into a shader? Why would you put that in a shader when the hardware will literally do all of it for you? This is also why we have like some formats supported for some actions. Like this format right here, ABGR10, whatever. If I look that up in the configurator info, for example, that one's probably got like not the same level of format support. Like it can be used for storage Texel. We can use this for vertex buffer. That's kind of interesting. What about the other one? See this one? A2RGB. This one you can only use for uniform or vertex. You can't use this one for Texel storage. Because like the hardware doesn't let you do that. Because it's one of those really weird formats. About A4, B4, G4, R4. You can use this as uniform Texels or sampled. So you're not passing that to the input assembly. I don't think I've ever looked in here. I'm always like, oh, I'll just use this format. Depth formats. Can't use those. Cannot use those. R32 sign float. Lots of things you can do with that. E5, B9, G9, R9, U float. Texels. Or sampled. There's so many options. There's too many options. Can't imagine why on earth you'd want to convert those in a shader. I really can't. If you want to convert anything in a shader, it would be like the small subset that shaders let you convert on the fly. Exclusively in shader code. I mean, I guess you could do it with like shader bit shift operations, but that would be really messy. Like some of the weirder ones. I don't know if I'd touch that. How do I scale the cat? Wait, I know how I might be able to scale the cat. Recall that once upon a time, I had a function called build structures. Why do you take me to the declaration? And it has a transform matrix in it. If we just make this transform matrix bigger, like with some upscaling here, yeah? And then maybe the cat will be bigger. There. Now we got Chonky Kitty. Cat loaf looks a little bit familiar, does it not? Yeah, you could get a little bit of spinning action there, yeah. Uh-huh. There's a smaller one inside, which is like the rasterized one. So we have to scale both the raster pipeline and the other pipeline, and I think I had a thing do this. Let's see, was project. Down here, there was a scale, but I think I dropped the scale. Scale. 10, 10, 10. Also, I have another hydrate to do here. Yeah, now the cats are the same size. Kind of overlap one another. Very sleep. Have a good sleep, though. Let's change something about the shader, perhaps. Like, I could take the distance. Distance is in the green channel. Yeah, we could just get rid of the green channel. Outline of the cat being hit. Or I could switch to the coordinates instead. That's kind of fun. You get to see all the individual triangles that make up the cat loaf. Send a 1 kilobyte exe. It's totally not a virus. Let's not ask how we got it to 1 kilobyte. But, like, the internet exists. Could make internet stuff. We can see the kitty. The kitty. Can't go too close, though, or it clips through the near plane. The one in the raster format isn't really... I don't think it's textured, though, because it's... Oh yeah, this model had a JPEG in it, and I was like, I don't want to convert the JPEG. I don't want to load the JPEG. No texture for you. I think somewhere on my hard drive I have like the smallest exe ever. Was it in... I don't know where it was. Was it in here? I think it was in here. Somewhere. Documents, maybe? I don't remember. Where did I put the stupid thing? Yeet? Yeet. Was it Yeet? I think it was... Maybe it was Boot. A program written in assembly. It's 1 kilobyte. It's not even 1 kilobyte. It's 528 bytes. I don't think it runs either. I think it broke it. I think it's broken. There was one iteration that I went where I got the stack misaligns, so yeah, that's probably not gonna work. It almost runs though. Maybe if I like revisited it. I mean, I almost got it there. I think I got as far as like loading DLLs, and I was like, nope, nope, don't think I can get any further. Well, I mean, I guess I could. But I abused various aspects of like the executable format to get that to work, and don't know if that's a great. I don't even remember if that was the right one. I think we're gonna go on a little bit of a field trip. Was it boot? I think it was boot. Oh yes, delicious exe. So we start with the exe header, very important. Then we shove some strings and some hashes in between the exe header. We put some more CRCs in there. Nobody uses the timestamp anyway. And then we have some padding. And I tried to set a bunch of parameters to like spaces to see if I could cheat. And then we put some more strings in there. Maybe a couple more CRCs. This is like the most cursed executable header ever. Yeah? Yeah. A few more CRCs. Some more versions to see if I can make an exe that breaks all the rules. Hex code. Yeah. Oh yeah, well, I wrote the entire exe header myself. It's like it used the extra fields. And then we call some entry points. We try to align things. There's an there's like CRCs in the software because my Git process thing reads the exports table, and then like it pulls the names of the various like DLL functions out of the DLL table, but then it like hashes them with like the CRC function. I don't remember where I put it, but I think I used like the CRC instructions on the CPU to like make the process smaller so that I don't have to store strings everywhere. I don't know if I did myself any favors by doing that though. Yeah, there's the CRC function. It like loops over the characters of the strings in the target DLL. It hashes them with CRC until it finds the one it wants. It's very cursed. And it's supposed to like run like in 64-bit Windows. Like this is supposed to run and pop up a window, and I don't know, I spent days writing it and then debugging it and writing it and debugging it, and like I never finished. So I kind of left the project to its own devices. So yeah, maybe I will revisit that someday. Maybe I won't. Who knows? 6 hours? 6 hours? That's not even 3 days. Like when I say 3 days, I mean like 3 solid days worth of hours. Like 72 hours if you put it all together. And sometimes it worked, kind of halfway, almost, sort of, and sometimes it would just crash. So, maybe I come back to it. Maybe I don't. I said that already, though. It's not all hex, but like, because I had to write the header myself. I had to fill in the header with a bunch of hex codes. Like, you run it through the assembler and it doesn't spit out an object file or an intermediate file. It spits out an exe. You don't link the program. You just stick it in the assembler and out comes an exe. Hopefully. Hopefully, I say. As if it's easy, because it's not. Imagine if I wrote a Vulkan renderer in assembly. One of these tiny little executables. No. No, why would I do that to myself? DOS? It's not designed to run under DOS. It's designed to run under, like, modern versions of Windows. Because it uses, like, 64-bit instructions. If I don't want it to run on Windows, then I don't have to make it an exe. Wait, did Eris work? Let's try a different model number. I think it's model 2 was the slot that I wanted to use. Wait, I might be able to fit like an OpenGL renderer. That might be able to fit in an exe pretty small, because GL is really simple. Access violation. Texture is null. Lovely. Not the null. I feel like I should have like an escape clause, which is like... Wait, aren't there supposed to be textures? Are we not supposed to have textures in here? I thought I was supposed to. I'll continue. Null texture is no good. No crashy. No crashy. No, that's better. This model is significantly larger than the cat, though, and we still don't have textures. I don't know why we don't have textures. Maybe they loaded late. Oops. Also, what if raster graphics retain the, I'm gonna leave that. In case I need it later. Yeah, no textures. Texture ready, texture not ready. Texture may be ready. I could have swore that I set the... this pointer, though. That one should be null. 1792? Color texture, material index. Maybe it came from here. Or maybe it didn't come from here. I never really tested that very much. So I want draw info. See if this has materials in it. Because maybe it doesn't. Maybe I loaded them all wrong. We have primitives, primitive material sizes 4, so we should get something out of this. The material has no texture. Maybe I parsed it wrong. This will go up to material. Material. Texture. The textures array. You know, the problem with C sharp, like if you take a C sharp exe, you can't extract the compiled code to optimize it because C sharp does not compile to like native machine code. It compiles to a special intermediate language called CL or CIL or something like that. And then like at the runtime, the Windows C sharp runtime will like take the CIL code and then JIT compile it. So there's yeah, you can't necessarily do that with C sharp. Texture info. Why is that null? Is there no normal texture? No occlusion texture? No emissive texture? These exist. Sort of. Base color texture. Null. Key. Base color texture. Wait, why is this not an object? What? This is an object. But it's empty? Why is this empty? Uh... What happened here? This is an object. There's material. I guess it's empty. I don't think it was supposed to be empty, though. I feel like something went awry here. Or maybe it was just not exported correctly. But, like, it could be, I guess. I don't know that I trust this thing. What's its name? Yeah, I would expect this to have something. Something. Maybe I have to go further up the stack. Maybe I failed in a very significant way. So it's value parse. I mean, the OS is going to allocate loads of memory for executables. You actually can tell it how much memory to allocate. Like there are some fields in the executable that tell you what the stack size should be, what the heap size should be, all that stuff. Alright, so I want the input object. A visualizer. Materials. Kind of like roughness. It's empty. It has names on it. We don't have textures? What? What? Hold on. What? There's materials, but there's no textures. Did this get exported wrong? I feel like this got exported wrong. These are supposed to have textures on them. $25, $23, $21. Don't care about that. I care about the materials that have nothing on them. That's just not right. That would be why it doesn't have textures, is because it doesn't have textures. I guess we export again. Let's see, was it this container? I'm gonna go in here. In here, there's supposed to be data. Yeah, it's like way too small. 250 kilobytes. Kibibytes. Selected objects. Data. And it says export the materials. What format is? Covers most of the things, so I don't know why I wouldn't. That way it wouldn't export the images. That change anything. Where is it? Data. It's still 250. File should be like 100K bigger at least. At least. I was just being weird about how its material works. That could be a thing. Because it's not really set up with the texture itself. So we use Aerith. As a texture, then maybe? Maybe it's something I have to set in the scene. Don't know if that's gonna make a difference or not, but we could try. I've never tried the exporter before. Format is obnoxiously slow to write out. I feel like it didn't take. I don't think it went. Input, visualizer. There's no textures still. That is very extremely frustrating. I don't know how to make it behave. Like, what the hell, Blender? Why are you gonna make my life so difficult? Why can't you just give me the textures? I can't. I can't even right now. Can't even right now with this thing. Like, no. No can do. So my options are the untextured cat or like the Eris, which doesn't even include textures. There's just no good options here. I wonder if I can edit the file. They didn't really give me very many extra bytes to work with here. Nope. That would be very difficult to edit. So I either get to learn how to get Blender to export files with all the data that I want, or I use the existing file that I have. Just kind of improvise from there. Which really isn't the best option either, because that's... the cat doesn't have a texture that I can use. It's like JPEG. I can't load JPEG. I feel so defeated right now. So incredibly oof. I don't even know what I want to do now. I don't want to export a stupid file. I want to try to figure out how to export a file. Just, What if I do something silly? Like specifying an override for a texture. No one would object to that, would they? Wouldn't they? Stretch. Stretch. Time to stretch, I guess? I don't want to stretch, but I have to stretch. So much stretch. Ay, ay, ay. Is it this one? It was this one. Do my stretch. Ow. 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 Mm. Ow. Ow. Ow, ow. Touch optimization. Such optimization. Yes. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. Finding out that the textures are not properly included is kind of just no. Kind of annoyed at that. I hit a little bit of a stretch. The JPEG. Part of the problem with the file that has the JPEG, the cat, is that it's the JPEG is embedded into the file. I don't know if I have enough room to do that. I don't know why I decided I would pick GLTF as my format. I have literally no tools for working with it. It's not really about extracting it. It's about putting the file back together. Like if I wanted to extract it, I could just copy and paste the bytes with my hex editor. If I want to put it back together though, that's less viable because I have to like set the offsets for like everything if the file size changes too much. And that doesn't help me with the fact that I still need to figure out how to export my own assets with the textures included. Google. Maybe Google will tell me. Blender GLB export do. It has no textures. The heck? No way. Something was missing. There's documentation. Material must be a principled shader. I don't think mine is. I think mine is like some weird amalgamation of shaders. Hello there. So yeah, that option doesn't work. It has to be texture, material, mix. I mean, it doesn't have to be a mixture. What is... I think as long as I get the textures exported properly, I don't have to worry about it so much. Let's see, it's texture, image, texture. Translation factor? Oh yeah, this has like some custom shader to actually make it work properly. Image. Yeah. Never mind the eyes. I had a custom shader for those. JPEG. The cat has a JPEG. This image doesn't have, like, or this model doesn't have any, wasn't getting exported with any textures at all. It's on the hierarchy, export. Wait for it to go burr. Alright, now it's 420. It's more of what I would expect. For 20 kibibytes. Previously it was like 250. I'm hoping now there's a texture embedded in there. So let's... I want to use that parser visualizer text thing. That was useful. Yeah, there's textures. They all use source 0. Buffer v7, so it should actually load one this time. I didn't really change up their factors, but I don't need to right now. It's not what I was testing. We'll step out of that. Look, the breakpoints over here. Where did that one come from? It's way down at the bottom. I want to see if the material gets populated down here. Takes a surprising amount of time to parse through all that. We have a texture, we have image object, hopefully. It has 4 channels. It is loaded. Actually has render data already. That's probably what the delay was it loading all the textures. It did a thing. It just kind of worked. Yeah, that's convenient. Never mind the eyes. I'll fix those later. Those require like a special shader to get right. Because I was like, oh, I'll just do something weird with the eyes. I'll make them like multi-layered so they can like change. That wasn't the best decision I ever made. I'd probably be better off making like 3D eyes or something weird like that. Or embedding them on a different texture. I don't know if I want to embed them on a different texture. That's kind of what I was doing. And then, yeah. I got something out of it. So yeah, I guess that kind of, sorta seems like it worked. Now all I have to do is implement JPEG, and then I will be on my way, right? Right? No. No. Well, that sounds like a terrible idea. Why would I do that? Yes. Just implement JPEG, lol. Get some discrete cosine transform. At least then I'd be able to render the cat. I guess the next question would be, can I render multiple textured models? Do I even want to try that today? I don't even know. I don't know. Probably not. I don't know that I feel like implementing JPEG either, to be quite honest. Because why would I? Why would I do such a thing? It's just nonsense. I speak nonsense. Now I'm kind of at a loss what to do next. Also, why do I call them models? I'm surprised that I used models as the term instead of like meshes. Actually, I'm not that surprised. Sounds like something I would do. A Discord? I do have a little Discord. It's tiny. Here's a command for it. There's stream notifications. It's a very quiet kind of place, but you're free to join it if you want. Lurk, maybe get notifications. Too slow. I got there first. Questions. Well, I'm not writing code right now. You have my attention. So one needs not ask to ask the question. One can simply ask the question. Vulkan. 3D render. The render. How do you not know the render? We run the software. And then it renders. It's not very good at render. But it kind of does render. It renders in 2 flavors. Not the blue and green. Would you rather it be red and green? Blue and red? I'll just save that. Now it's green and red. I'm gonna make it one color, make it red and whatever this other one is. Like a triangle index. Phones. Phones are so phones. I mean, it kind of is a gradient. It's a gradient of like which vertex ID we've hit. There's like the lowest ID vertex and then the high, because it's like one per primitive. So if I use the coordinates from the other view and the coordinates from this primitive view, and then I referenced into like a buffer of all of the vertex data inside the shader, then I might be able to pick out the texture coordinates. And then from there, I might be able to read the textures themselves inside the raycasting shader. Optimization tips. I don't think these are optimization tips, but like the only optimization tip I could give would be to like custom data formats, and I don't know if you'd want to go down that sort of route. Like encode all of your data in like raw interlaced arrays. And that kind of makes me wonder if the data are packed into the file or not. Probably not. Compiler optimization. I don't know if it's compiler optimization that we're talking about here. It sounds like data optimization, which is very different. If you want to optimize data for a model, then yeah. That's different. Although if you're using like a GLB format, you could pack your texture as like JPEG. Oh, JPEG is fun. You could decimate your model. I don't recommend that. It'd be very extremely low poly. You could get rid of some of the attributes that aren't being used. Like, I thought straight up of just dropping one of the texture coordinate pairs because, like, I don't think it gets used and it's encoded in the file. And we go in here and there's like 2 different texture coordinates. But like, why though? There's only one texture. It's not really about performance. I think it's all about size. Size is an optimization that cannot be overlooked. In case you missed the discussion earlier, it was about how to compact models into very small amounts of memories. Also, what's this thing all about? Look at view matrix. View matrix. Why? 50? 50? It can't be 50. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. So this example here, why is there 50 in there? If you want like a 45-ish kind of angle, your y coordinate should be like way lower down, like 10, kind of like this one is. Also, that's an integer. That's not supposed to be an integer. This is supposed to be like a floating point. Or it might get truncated the wrong way. That one should be like 10 or something. I don't know. Both of those need to be different. Cast. Yeah, you gotta remember your point zeros, or you're gonna have the wrong data format. Sometimes things are not terribly happy about how the coordinates are set up, but like the result looks like it's like way up in the sky, so it's like the position is wrong. And like the look at function should probably have like a y of 0. Yeah. Because look at doesn't go forward. It's like what you're looking at. So like the forward vector should be at like y0. Yeah, probably like y0 z0. And then like the position should be like like 10 minus 10. Which would be something like, oh, what's it called? Maybe like something like this. Maybe something like that. Because otherwise you're going to look off into the space above the surface. You want to be looking at the surface. And I think there is some implicitly converted values, but that's not really the issue at hand. Although it is something to be aware of. Do I try and make the eyes work? I don't know if I feel like it. Because the eyes actually use the other texture coordinate. They're also, like, not parameterized properly. FFT? FFT? You mean like fast Fourier transform kind of thing? Well, that's just kind of tricky. There's a bunch of math behind all that. I don't know if I would be able to do it from memory. I would have to like look up the series functions, figure out what they are. Center it. I think the lack of center is probably from the z coordinate. So as long as the z coordinates are the same, you could use that to adjust the position. Probably center it left and right ways. I think. Well, no, it's not by 1. It's like you want the coordinates to be the same. Where's that paint file? Yeet. Let's say if you have a plane that you're trying to look at, and it's got like, I don't know, something shiny on top of it. You'd have like the axis here. So you'd have like the grid centered on the axis or somewhere on the axis. Y, I think in your case is let's see, Y is up because it's I think it's OpenGL. Yeah, Y is set to up. And then one of these is the X coordinate, and one of these is the Z coordinate. So you want to be looking at a point which is like some number of X and Z. And then to get sort of like that whole right angle 90-degree kind of view, I guess you'd have to like subtract. Let's see, you want to go up, so you'd want to go up. To go up is like y plus 10. And then to get like a diagonal, you would want to go. So this is what you would call the forward vector. Is down here. That's where you'd put the coordinates you want to look at. And then to like get a diagonal kind of looking thing, you'd have to go out this way, which is y plus 10, and then like either z or x plus 10. Or it could be minus. It could be plus or minus 10. Either one should give you like a sort of 45-degree angle. So that would give you this position, which is like the position or from which is equal to forward plus a vector 3 of 0, y, and then I'll use the negative 10 because that was in the example. Very emphasis on the highlighted message. So you actually want to calculate this position, the forward value, first. Forward should have, like, it's not even called forward, it's toward. It's technically the towards vector, but I called it forward, so we'll call it forward. Forward is like the, a vector 3 of, like, the board x 0, and then the board y, or something weird like that. And that would convert, like, a 2D coordinate into, like, a position that you want to look at. Then you calculate the from the forward vector. So in code, you'd make, like, you calculate this one first, then you calculate this one, and then up can just be up. It's like this value is like, this distance here would be like the board y. And then this value here, that's like the board x. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. Wait, where did I go? Hello? Did I just, like, disappear? Did the tracking die? What the heck just happened? I look away and then I'm, like, disappearing. Nope, that's not it. Reset? I don't know where it went. I'm gonna have to, like, restart the software, aren't I? Restart everything, cause I think it's broken. I think it's broken. What is going on here today? I'll just restart it entirely. That always works, right? When in doubt, restart. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. So, like, turn that off. Now I'm, like, facing a weird direction. Why am I facing a weird direction? I'm gonna be looking at the screen. That should be, like, my home position. head really tilt that much? I feel like it really does. Yeah, because that's not confusing. I'm just gonna leave this. In case I need to revisit. Kind of sort of fixed. Now I'm up too high, I feel like. What's up with that? Move down more, maybe. Well, that's one for the, that's one that I'm gonna have to, like, look at later on and be like, what? A screenshot? A screenshot? I don't know. I don't know. I could probably, like, write something. I could probably take all the lines, actually, and just, like, multi-line copy them. Yeah, it's like forward. Let's see here. Position. Yeah, from position. This one's position plus forward. Yeah. Like so. Oh. I feel like I got something done in the end, though. I got get the texture figured out. As far as exporting goes. Get Eris to render with the new version, the one that has weird eye coordinates. There's no eyes. How much time do I have left? Not very much, really. I should probably be ending right about now. I need to figure out how to encode scene graph data in some sort of buffer. Some sort of storage or texture buffer thing so that the ray tracer can access all of the textures and the coordinates for things. Yeah, that's gonna be a chore. Now I'm gonna have to figure out how to make it bounce. Make the calculate array bounce. It's not gonna be as easy. Like, how would I calculate the ray bounce? Like, what if the ray self-intersects with the object? Because that's where I started. Then what would happen? I don't know. I've got no clue. I'm gonna have to look up how to do storage textures, aren't I? Yeah, that could be like the last thing we do today. It's like figure out how to do storage textures. Which is probably just like a regular texture, but not. Unless there's a way to do a descriptor type. What kind of descriptor types do I have? Storage. Load, store, atomic. We're not really doing storage though. I just need to read things. Image subresources for storage texture must be an image layout shared or layout general in order to access data in the shader. We have sampled images. Storage texel buffer. I think this is what I want. Or maybe it's not, I don't know. Buffer associated with a buffer resource via a buffer view that loads, store, and atomic can be performed on. They define tightly packed one-dimensional linear array of texels. Texels going through format conversion when read in a shader in the same way they are for an image. Unlike uniform texel buffers, they can be written to in the same way as for storage images. Storage buffer loads are supported in all stages that report storage texel buffer. Storage buffer. Descriptor type associated with a buffer resource directly. With various members that load, store, and atomic operations can be performed on. Uniform buffer. Support load operations. I don't know how big a uniform buffer can be though. I feel like there's a limit. Like, what is the upper limit on a uniform buffer? Will this thing tell me? Be like, formats, features, properties, device features? Well, it's not features. It would be properties. Maximum descriptor set update after bind input attachments. 1 million. What would that even be in? Device properties. No? Not device properties. Where might it be? Limits? It was in maybe limits. That sounds promising. Sparse address space size. Point size. Maximum input binding stride. Maximum viewport dimensions. Max uniform buffer range. Is there a limit on the size of a uniform buffer though? Like storage buffer range? Maximum memory allocation? Max dimension? Maximum number of layers? Maximum descriptor set uniform buffers? Dynamic? Maximum draw indirect count? Just a measly 4 billion. Just a little bit. It's not even. It's not even. Probably put this here as well. Let's see here. Maximum clip things, maximum buffers. I don't know if there's a limit, and if there is, it's probably really big. Nice. New parser method working sounds like fantastic progress. Getting anything working is, I think, fantastic progress. I should not be so pessimistic of myself for making progress. Pixel buffer elements, what's that? Maximum number of addressable texels for a buffer view created on a buffer that was created with the uniform texel buffer bit. Shader, vertex, attribute dynamic state features, attribute divisor, crazy. What the crazy? How crazy are we talking here? Properties, integer dot product. Maximum buffer size, what's that about? Maximum size VK buffer that can be created. Maximum compute workgroup subgroups. So what are the queues that we have? We have video decode, transfer, compute transfer, transfer with nothing else. We have a generic graphics compute transfer. There are 2 transfer queues, 8 compute queues, 16 graphics queues. You are alive. Welcome back to the land of the living. I don't know if it told me anything about what the maximum size of a uniform buffer is. So, is there a limit? I don't know. I could just experiment and find out if there's an upper limit to the size of uniform buffers. And if not, I'll just use a giant uniform buffer. That sounds like a great idea, right? I don't know if it would be very happy with me to have a giant uniform buffer. No ending. I'll be back again, probably tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, then definitely the day after. Or you could pester me on, like, Discord with generic 3D questions. Like, that's a thing. Very oddly specific 3D questions. very, very specific 3D questions. Well, I mean, how many people work with 3D formats at like the byte level, trying to implement standards? I can only think of maybe a handful. Nobody has standards. Do I have standards? I might have standards. I don't just randomly rewrite stuff in Rust. Speaking of which, is it time to rewrite half of my project in Rust? Wait, did we do this? I don't think we did this. Didn't do anything else here. Not the Rust. Not the Rust. Anything but the Rust. So what file format are you using? I don't know if you mentioned that. I want more crunchy snack. Very crunchy. And it's towards the end of the stream, so I'm not gonna mute the crunches. PNG. Delicious PNG. Wait. Very crunchy. Extra crunchy? Yeah, extra crunchy. Is UDIM an X... what? What's it called? They are the pretzel snacks, and they're quite delicious. I broke into them early this stream, and I've been munching on them occasionally. Crunch. Like, is UDIM an acronym for something? Like a 3D term, or are you using it as sort of like shorthand for like multiple UV coordinates? I think I bit my mouth somehow. Ow. Arrays. Yeah, arrays. Crunchy. Discard sections. Multiple UV route solution. UV resolutions. Avoid blend shapes. You know, there's another thing. Another thing that doesn't usually come up very often, but that kind of reminded me of it. See, now, most people don't usually think about this, but did you know? Did you know? You can sample textures in the vertex shaders. So if you were kind of sort of keen on it, you could make like blending transforms part of a texture and stick them in like the vertex shader. And apply like a scaling factor to them and use them as like offsets. I don't know if I've ever tried such a thing. I saw that this was a possibility once. I don't know how you would author something like that. But I thought it worth pointing out that you can put almost any kind of data anywhere you need it. Crunchy. Gradients. All the gradients. Who made gradients? These are delicious. Gradients are a wonderful thing in a shader. But that's because shaders are designed around the concept of using gradients for like everything. Interpolated coordinates for your textures? Gradient. Vertex positions? Gradient. Normal values? Gradient. Texture coordinates? Gradient. Crunchy. Let's spin the wheel to see what I do next. Storage textures. Who could have guessed? Guess what the next stream's gonna be about? It's gonna be storage textures. then maybe I will get into the compute land. Storage textures. Let me finish my snack first. It's crunchy. Storage textures are kind of a wild thing. They are blocks of texel memory. It can read kind of like a texture, but you can also write to them in the shader. They are great for like aggregating the output results of various compute shaders. So like if you run a compute shader, the output is going to be like a storage texture or a storage buffer. And like, yeah, shaders can just write to arbitrary memory in storage textures. Who knew? They are used for all kinds of compute operations, like customized decoding, some custom like compute dynamics. An application of storage textures. I don't know if I have any good ones off the top of my head. Well, here's an idea. You could use a storage texture as the output of, like, an decoding algorithm. So let's say I wrote a compute shader that does the JPEG transform, for example. And not just, oh, it takes the blocks and converts them. No, it takes the entire JPEG file, decodes it on the GPU, and stores the finalized texels. Because that's not cursed. Or I could upload a PNG file to the GPU and tell it to, like, decode the PNG format in a shader. It's not for flipping, it's not for rotating, it's for, like, generating more data in a shader without writing it as like a parametric input. Like your output isn't a pixel from the shader invocation. It's you can stick a loop in your shader and have it like store multiple values and like all in a row. I think a very common thing that they got used for was like oh, what's it called? Probably like voxel structures before the ray tracing stuff became a thing. Like you would build you'd actually build BVH structures yourself manually in shader code in a compute shader, and then you'd store the output of that in a storage texture, and then once it was done, you'd have a BVH inside of a buffer that you wrote out, all entirely from within a shader. A vowel? A vowel? What do you mean by vowel? As far as I know, the PS1 voxel? Voxel? I didn't think the PS1 had voxels. I thought all the PS1 did was like do a bunch of affine transforms on everything, so there wasn't any perspective correction. That would give a very ancient look. Modern graphics cards perform all the perspective corrections for you. Mark all your varyings as no perspective. I mean, you could. That probably would achieve the same effect. I'm actually curious if I could do that. If I run... Did I do that in the input side or the output side? I don't remember. Model, flat, flat, flat. It wasn't flat. It was... Where was it? No perspective. Outputs from vertex shader and inputs to fragment shader. So I can put it on either side, I guess? As we do positions... No. Yeah, I think it's texture. We do no perspective. I don't know if that worked. I think it worked. I think maybe it worked. There's not a whole lot of perspective in this scene. Yeah, it's a very subtle effect. I don't know if it would show up. I try doing the other file. See, I think it's location, texture, no perspective. You have to look at the spinning one. Maybe if I like upped the perspective view angle by a lot. Yeah, I don't notice it. This is a very simplistic kind of scene. The textures leave a bit much to leave a bit much to be desired. So, yeah, I don't think that did anything. Nothing noticeable, anyways. Tessellated. I mean, the model is kind of heavily tessellated. I don't know if you saw the number of triangles from the raycasted one. There's a decent number around a lot of the areas. Triangles covering entire walls. That would be a lot more noticeable. You walk up something, there's this giant triangle quad, and then you're like, why are the textures all wobbly? It's because the textures be all wobbly. They be affine transforms. Clearly. All the transforms. I wonder if I should raid out to another channel. I say that every single time, and I'm like, this is, None found. Raid ferrets. I mean, maybe. Does seem like a pretty good fallback to me. What are they up to? I don't know. I never watched their stream. Like, I usually try to, like, watch a stream, so I know exactly what I'm kind of getting myself into. Looks like they're making some sort of game in Godot. Maybe. I don't know. I'm inclined to go for the ferrets again. That's probably my vote. Wait, I vote. I'm the streamer. I get to decide. I get to decide. I think it will be the ferrets. Today, anyway. Rating down is fun once in a while. But I do kind of like to watch. And maybe I'll do that. I'll look for some streams or something tonight afterwards and see what I can see where I land in this list of streams. But otherwise, it's gonna be the ferret software. Who doesn't want to watch the ferrets? That one is sleeping. That one is also sleeping. Anyway, bye-bye for now. At least there's music back there. Visit again. I might be back tomorrow. I don't know yet. I have not decided. Away with thee.